welcome everyone. How's it going? Good afternoon, good evening. Good morning, maybe.
For the use of military force this way. We have seen.
So we're currently,
great hopes, great expectations.
like a lot of others, watching the situation that's
through the use of military
which situation.
force,
There's been so much that have happened over the last little while, but
change the character of that regime and build a society, a democratic society. And ultimately, it is our service members who have paid such a dear cost when those hopes and expectations ran.
You guys have probably seen some of this already.
So
I'm going to go through everything that happened yesterday, today.
Proud to work with him on it.
We're going to cover the Iran situation. We're going to cover Venezuela.
I think as the president's pledges that we will stay there for years continue, Republican concern will continue to grow. And all of us understand that the votes we're casting now, we will be held to answer for, depending on future events. And so, again, my thanks, Senator Kaine and Leader, for your work on this important issue.
Great. Questions? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Senator Thone has said that this debate next week could eat into the time that you all would be proceeding with the minibus that the House is going to pass today. Are you concerned that he even mentioned that there may need to be a CR?
There's a required 10 hours to debate, but we will work with Senator Kaine so we can do both. We'd like to move the mini CR. We'll see what happens in the House. I believe it is
So
today.
Apparently, I think I just read that they just passed.
So you're confident that you all will be able to do both?
We want to try to do both. Absolutely.
Leader Schumer,
They're going to try and
how much
limit
do you think some of
Trump's
this
power?
saber-rattling over the past couple of days from the president and the administration on Colombia, on Mexico, on Greenland, on Cuba contributed to the vote today?
Look, people
They're
don't
talking
want
about, oh, you can sit and watch.
And when
You can sit and watch, dude. We'll be doing EVE Online later. I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule, so I'll be doing this during the daytime and then EVE Online at night. But you got to stop winning my contests. I'm kidding. Win more.
The American people are saying, "What the hell is going on here?" And what's gotten into
We're not doing one right now, Saganus. We're not doing one right now. We will be doing them later, though. But for those of you that are kind of new to my stream, I used to do a lot of just chatting stuff. I'm going to get back into it, but I'm still going to be streaming EVE Online at night.
But do you see the appropriations bills that are coming up that are needed to keep the government open past January 3rd?
This is kind of a,
as an opportunity to put in
I guess you could
spending
call it a passion,
limitation
world events and stuff like that. So
we don't even know what the president.
quite often I get stuck up just watching this stuff all day when I should be
Doesn't
streaming.
even have a plan, so we didn't even know what they're asking for. Yes.
Foot, I don't know where you're from, but I live on the west coast of Canada, and I'm waking up at like 9 o'clock at night.
Does this work powers resolution
So I got to try and force myself to stay awake till at least like 10. You're in Minnesota.
Operation would be a loophole for the Trump administration.
Okay.
Yeah. If this had just been
And you don't want to talk about this stuff, huh?
an arrest of Maduro to bring him back to the southern...
Or is it MN Minnesota or is that Montana? I don't know the American abbreviation, sorry.
I wouldn't have called this...
Oh, the American abbreviation, sorry.
And I think there's a question under the War Powers Resolution whether an arrest operation, even if it had a military escort, was hostilities that would allow this kind of a privileged vote to get a guaranteed
Minnesota,
vote
okay.
on the floor. That's not what this is. Started in September, strikes against Venezuelan boats in open waters, and then the amassing of the Armada, and then the seizure of ships, and then the coordinated attack, 150 aircraft, and not just to extract the president, also to bomb military sites around Venezuela, the deposing of the government, the seizing of oil.
I'm going to get into the ice shooting
we're going to be there for years
in a bit, but this is live, so I kind of wanted to watch this. It looks like they're going to try and limit Trump's power, declare war.
This is not an arrest.
I think that's what this is. I just caught a glimpse of this.
We wouldn't have been having this debate. It's much bigger than that, and that's why it needs to
Yeah,
be
Fute, I don't know how to pronounce your name.
It's just an arrest.
President
kept talking well.
I like to try and have like a mature conversation with people until
that's not just an arrest. Yeah, Tim.
they just start talking irrationally.
2 points. First of all, if any other country did this, the United States, that is, blockaded our shores, sent in a military force to apprehend a fugitive, we would view that as
A declaration of war?
Far from a law enforcement operation. We would view that, frankly, as an act of war.
Really?
What's more, the legal rationale that this military force was
Surprising.
really used to accompany law enforcement for the purpose of apprehending a fugitive, Nicolas Maduro.
Yeah, I
If
mean,
that were
like
the
I said,
case, that
you
would have been
can,
the end of
if you're
our involvement
interested
with
in this
Venezuela.
stuff, you're
He
more
has
than
been
welcome to
apprehended.
keep
He's been
watching,
brought
of
to court.
course.
That would be the end of it.
Right, so.
There is no law enforcement necessity in terms of the prosecution of Maduro that we blockade the country, that we seize oil resources, that we try to change the nature of the government. So if that was a legal rationale rather than a superficial pretext, it would be over. It is clearly not over.
Yes.
Clearly not over.
The House, as you know, is voting today on the veto override as well as the ACA bill.
Oh,
Do
so they
you
haven't
see this
voted on
as
it yet.
You know, if those votes are successful,
This is
do you
pre-vote,
see
I
this
guess.
in conjunction with the War Powers vote as a broader sort of rebuke of President Trump by Republicans as well as Democrats?
Look, again, to quote the great Abe Lincoln, public sentiment is everything. Public sentiment, in terms of how Trump is behaving as president, what he's doing as president, keeps sinking and sinking and sinking. And our Republican colleagues realize that. So I think on this issue and other issues, you're going to find our Republican colleagues saying, you know, maybe following Trump is like Thelma and Louise right over the cliff.
Their
Yes.
audio is coming through a little bit lopsided. That's not me. That's just the audio coming through, guys.
Senator Kaine, but next week, part of this process is that there's an open amendment process. Do you anticipate this resolution being amended, any of those amendments passing? And what have some of your colleagues said that they would like to see for it to be?
I don't think my colleagues in Anderson thought it was going to pass, so I'm not sure that they really thought that through. The last time we did this, after the Soleimani strike, we did pass a resolution saying,
Now it's
hey,
back
look,
again.
Soleimani being gone is a good thing for the planet, but no war against Iran without a vote of Congress. And we did have about 7 or 8 amendments that we took up on the floor when the resolution was debated. We were able to deal with them all and dispatch them in the course of about 2 hours. If you're committed to a process, it doesn't have to drag out forever. We did 7 or 8 amendments, we voted on them, and then we moved that bill eventually to the president's desk. So it's early to say what might be out there, but I'm kind of inclined to agree with Senator Schumer. We know a lot that we can't describe. Once folks start to get deeper and deeper into this, I think they're not going to like it, and I would suspect that my colleagues may want to go light on the amendment process.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor and a privilege to be joined by Leader Chuck Schumer, who's doing a tremendous job fighting on behalf of the American people. House Democrats, Senate Democrats joined together to drive down the high cost of living, to fix our broken health care system, and to deliver an America where working class folks, middle class folks, and everyday Americans cannot simply survive,
are they going to talk
but will
about
be
what
able
they're
to
doing?
thrive economically. Let me
Are they talking
congratulate
about the vote, or what are
Leader
they talking
Steny
about?
Hoyer on his announcement. Leader Hoyer is a tremendous public servant, iconic, transformational, and legendary leader. And the House Democratic Caucus will miss him, but the House Democratic Caucus is thankful for his service, for his friendship, for his mentorship, and certainly all that Leader Hoyer has done over decades of service here in the People's House to make life better for the American people. Later on today, House Democrats,
Okay, this is about the vote, I
joined
think.
by some of our Republican colleagues in a bipartisan coalition, will advance legislation to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits
Okay,
to prevent
wasn't it?
millions of everyday Americans from experiencing dramatically increased premiums, copays, and deductibles that would prevent them from being able to go see a doctor when they need one. The cost of living in America is far too high.
Blows me away. This is what I was talking about. The House is moving to override Trump vetoes. The House will attempt to override President Trump's vetoes of 2 GOP-backed bills Thursday, a move that could showcase GOP division. I thought there was something about reducing like a stuff that he can do to declare war. But I was fixing dinner in the kitchen, and I heard something about they were going to have some vote that would reduce the amount of power that he had in order to limit some of the crazy shit that he's doing right now. But I'll try and see if I can find something on that. But anyways, it looks like
we're going to reject it.
Shapiro is going to be running for re-election. He's immensely popular.
My optimism comes from those of you in this room.
It's probably a given that he's going to win. So he's just re-announcing it. I want to see. I want to see what they're saying about the ICE situation. Here's the.
They didn't even know.
We get it just at the very end.
And Kristi Noem, the Department of Homeland and Security head, accusing this woman, Renee Good,
we
of
should
being
probably
a
watch the
domestic.
video. We probably will watch the video many, many times. Because it is, something people should see and maybe come up with their own opinion.
Have made it clear time and again they expect transparency through this process where a police officer uses deadly force. The BCA, Commissioner, Superintendent Evans, have earned that trust by delivering on that expectation. I think it's clear to everyone as they saw this that
you guys watch the
now
person doing the sign language. She's actually deaf.
It feels very, very difficult that we will get a fair outcome. And I say that only because
she has somebody in the audience that is signing to her what he's saying.
Already passed judgment.
You can tell when it's a
from
deaf
the
person that is signing
the vice president,
because of their facial expression.
To Kristi Noem, have stood and told you things that are verifiably false, verifiably inaccurate. They have determined the character
did not comply, agent
of a 37-year-old mom.
Does somebody
know.
not complying?
They've determined that the actions
warrant using excessive force.
I don't know. I've not used inflammatory
Well, you're saying that he
terms
did
what
use
happened.
excessive
I've
force.
asked us
Are
to
you
find
saying
the
that he
answers.
was not
the
warranted
only way
in doing
we find
that, or are
the
you saying
answers is
that
a
he is
thorough
warranted?
Investigation by nonpartisan professionals. We've delivered that.
We are going to watch the
able to
video.
do it. We've earned the trust. And when I say
everyone
that,
can
the
make
trust
their
of
own
BCA,
opinion.
and I tell Minnesotans the trust of law enforcement here. Everyone knows globally. Certain.
Let me actually. We'll pull up the video because we're probably going to. Let me just pull up the video here. Let me try and zoom in on it best as we can here. Okay, so this, I want you guys to listen. Hopefully this comes through carefully. Before this video, this woman was driving this way along the street and basically saw that it was blocked and went to start turning around. And she allowed or waved two vehicles to go by her. So you can see this one here. This is actually, I believe this is another ICE agent's vehicle. I'm not positive. I think I saw another clip where you can see the lights on the vehicle. And she clearly waved for them to go around. And now you will be able to hear her tell the ICE or the police officer's ICE agent's truck to go by as well. So she's asked them to go by. You can see there's clearly enough room for them to do so. Can you hear that? She said, go around. I'll let you. Can you guys hear her say it? Go around. Go around. She's trying to basically do a U-turn on a two-lane street. Okay. It's obviously also very icy. Like you can see the ice. I don't know if any of you guys live in the northern states. I live in Canada, so very familiar with driving on roads like this. And she clear. You can see there's clearly enough room for people to go around. And for some reason, they pull up, see that there's enough room to go around, and rather than actually go around after she's asked them to, they decide to get out of their vehicle and escalate the situation. I don't know how many of you guys have worked with law enforcement. I've never been a cop. I'm going to say that straight up, but I have worked with law enforcement before. And I have friends that work as RCMP officers, as local police here, people that I've gotten to know through previous jobs. I'm not a police officer myself, but I know many people who have gone through the training. And one of the things that you were trained to do is how to de-escalate a situation. This is not de-escalating a situation.
No! No!
Like, here for alert. Okay, thanks, Crispy. Like, why are they getting out of the vehicle at all? There's clearly enough room to go by. The other officer's truck went around. Why did they not just go around? Like, what was the reasoning for them getting out of the vehicle to start to escalate the situation? He was clearly wanting to turn around in the road and drive away because she couldn't drive the other direction, saw that it was blocked. So why are they escalating the situation at all? It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, shit!
It's a pretty gruesome scene. This is not how a trained officer should act. Like, why are they getting out of the vehicle? Why are they getting out of the vehicle at all? They could see is there another? We gotta look for the video that's from before where she was pointed this way and she actually went in reverse and then was going around, but before she went around, like a lot of polite people do, they wave you through. Then they shouldn't be officers. Like, they shouldn't be officers. You know, and I will be I've seen the shit that our officers have to deal with on a daily basis. And I feel for them because I know they put up with a lot of shit. But that doesn't mean that it's an excuse that, oh, you know, I do not agree, but they are officers. Don't agree with what? If they're not trained for these situations, they shouldn't have been putting themselves in these situations. Right? Like, if you're not trained for it, is it not clear that there was no need oh, you do not disagree. Sorry. I'm half blind. That's a bullshit excuse. Sorry about that. But it's very clear that they had room to go around, and it's very clear that she waved them to go around, and for some reason they had a temper tantrum and decided to get out of the vehicle and show them who's boss. And it's absolutely crazy that anyone can look at this and say that this needed to be escalated like this. And I see it all over the internet with people that are just defending this. There was no need to escalate the situation at this point. You can see the tire tracks of the car that went around them. They clearly had room. She didn't look at this. She even was going to pull out after this car went, not knowing that there was another vehicle. You can see her start to move. She stops, puts her foot on the brake, you can see, and she's waving for them to go past. At what point did they decide we've got to get out of our vehicle and escalate this situation? Any officer of the law will tell you that this is the exact opposite of what they needed to do. And they immediately went on a, I am the law, you will do as I say temper tantrum, scaring the shit out of her. If you're not trained in de-escalation and taught to use them whenever possible, you should not have dude. I fully agree when they're advertising for more ICE agents in like, you know, online forums saying, hey, we'll pay you $50,000 a year and a $10,000 signing bonus and basically hire every, you know, Joe Blow off the street. This is what you get. You get dudes who are like looking to, you get dudes who are looking to basically show people that they're boss. They want to pretend to be the alpha males. I'll give you an example. I used to work at nightclubs. A lot of people that have watched my stream for a while know that I used to work in nightclubs for years, close to 15 years actually. And one of the problems that you always have in nightclubs is you get these like alpha male boss wannabes who want to be doormen or bouncers, and they lose their cool and just are excessive with people that go to the nightclub. And you would not believe how many, like probably a dozen or so bouncers I've fired because I was the manager. This is years ago. I'm not working in nightclubs anymore, but that I've fired because they lose their temper. Hey, DeFinga, what's up, man? We aren't going to get full information. Well, what you're going to get is you're going to get more lies. You're going to get more lies. And if you saw the press conference, we'll try to watch that as well, of Kristi Noem, Donald Trump, like Donald Trump saying that the officer went to the hospital and we think he's going to be okay. Like the guy walked away from the scene. He wasn't even touched. Within minutes, yeah, they hadn't even seen it yet. They hadn't even seen it yet, which is like, I get that people have different political points of view, but how can you watch this and say, no, this is okay? How can you watch this and say that this is okay? And I don't care if you're a Trump supporter or not. Like, you should be able to be a Trump supporter or, whatever, and be able to look at this and say, okay, this is messed up. This is seriously messed up. That this did not need to happen. Lots of room to go by. She's waving them by politely, and they have a little temper tantrum. They're not trained in de-escalation. And this guy, the guy that was driving the truck, escalates the situation. Look at him march over there, grab the handle, viciously shake it, scaring the shit out of her. I don't even know if like legally he's allowed to. I don't know the laws for these agents or police, if they're allowed to just demand that you open your vehicle, but scaring the hell out of her. She's not doing anything. 10 seconds earlier, she's politely literally, what is the time here? Boom. 5 seconds. She's politely asking them to go by. How does it go from, 5 seconds or 10 seconds earlier? So we were at 5 seconds to 15. Here, boom. The first shots are fired like right there at 16 seconds. Literally 10 seconds later, it goes from her politely asking them to drive by to them shooting her. You know what I mean? Like, how is that? Now have to witness. Is it? I've heard mixed. It doesn't matter if it's 3 or 1 kid. I've heard mixed reports that it's 3 or 1 kid. But it's like, how can anyone with a conscience, and you've got every like right wing like media wannabe fucking podcaster, screaming bloody murder. Oh, the officer was well within his right. He was defending himself. I want you to listen to something. I've mentioned this to people as well. I want you to listen to the wheels when they spin. I think. Okay. Let me see if we can listen to the wheels spin.
No! No! Shame!
Okay. If you watch, this is me saying this as somebody that lives in Canada, people that live in, the northern U.S. you're familiar with driving on ice, you can watch how little her tire spins.
Oh, no!
See how it just kind of jerks like that? It's kind of like the reverse of anti-lock braking, basically. Like I can't remember what the term is, but it's basically where your tire realizes that it's on ice and it's slipping, and it just kind of does this. That's basically what happens to the wheel. So it's not like if you were to floor it. So I want to show you guys what flooring it sounds like. And I had to point this out to idiots on Twitter because I'm getting into arguments with fucking morons. See if I can find a video I posted. I was like, guys, listen, this is not somebody, because people are claiming that she tried to floor it and flee away and deliberately trying to kill the guy and stuff like that. Where's here? This is what it sounds like. Again, a front wheel drive car. Is that a Miata? I'm not sure what it is. But this is what it sounds like when somebody floors it on ice, as though they were trying to run somebody over and kill them. Listen to the squeal.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like on ice. When you're trying to floor it and actually hit somebody. What she did was very clearly not flooring flooring it. Okay.
No! No! Shame!
Did you hear any flooring it whatsoever? Like, it's very clear she was not trying to run over somebody. And traction control, yes, thank you. So it is actually extremely disappointing when people I know are commenting and suggesting that she was deliberately going to try and kill the police officer, when just 10 seconds earlier, at the 5-second mark, she's politely asking them, being polite about it, hey, go around. And they decide to go ape shit and get out of their vehicle and escalate the situation. Like, how do you, and man, it's just, the society is just disappointing, man. Hey, Gojo, what's up, man? If she floored it, she wouldn't move. Guy had PTSD and should be carrying. Does he actually have PTSD? I know he had an incident like 6 months before where he got dragged around by somebody because he tried to break into their car or something like that. It's worth the movement of the vehicle in relation to the position of the agents. What we do know is based on Renee's action, the shooting does not meet the legal definition of murder. It does not meet the legal definition of murder. I would disagree with that. I would disagree with you, dude. I'm sorry. The guy flipped out. Did you see the beginning of the video, or beginning, Dragoon, where I was talking about this point here? She's politely asking them to, you can hear her asking them to drive around. There was another vehicle here, which I believe is another ICE or police vehicle, because there's another video that shows it with lights. I'm pretty sure it's the same vehicle. They went, and she sees there's a second vehicle going. You can see her arm waving them to go through nicely. And they decide for some reason, instead of going around, no, we're going to get out and just be thugs and dickheads. Like, what is the purpose of that, Dragon? Why escalate the situation like that? 10 seconds before she's dead, she's politely asking them, when she's trying to turn around, she's trying to do a U-turn on a 2-lane street because it's blocked going the other way, apparently with protesters. I don't see any sort of valid reason for them to have escalated and caused this situation. Any police officer will tell you that they've got to de-escalate. Taking of a life is not unauthorized by section Except when necessary in resisting or preventing an offense which the actor reasonably believes expose the actor to another. Or, yeah, but there was nobody in danger, dude. There was nobody in danger. Properly trained. Yeah, he's definitely not properly trained. That is very clear. Like, that is very clear that he's not a properly trained officer. We went over this at the beginning of the stream. Except when the intentional taking of a life is not authorized. Except when necessary in resisting or preventing an offense which the actor reasonably believes exposes the actor or another to great. Yeah, but there was no exposure to bodily harm, dude. He wasn't trying to run him over. Like, it's not like she floored it and tried to run him over, dude. Like, I think what you're quoting there is suggesting that he had right to shoot her if she was posing a threat to people. I mean, she was going 2 kilometers an hour. Like, I mean, like, she couldn't have done damage to him even if she actually did hit him. Like, she was barely moving. Deemed excessive use of force, less force considered to be warranted. It would be considered manslaughter, not murder. Possibly, yeah. But it's clear that can we all agree, Dragoon included, that the guy who shot her is not fit for the job? Can we at least agree on that? Like, he should be removed from whether he's ICE or part of the police. Can we agree on that? Dragoon, it wasn't an ICE agent. It was the same ICE agent. And that doesn't matter because it has nothing to do with this situation. It's a completely different situation. You can't say, well, because this happened before, in this situation, it's a completely different situation. Yeah, apparently it was the exact same guy. And he got dragged by the other because he put his hand in her, whatever. I think he smashed open her window or something like that, and then tried to reach in. I haven't seen the video, but I did hear reports that it is the exact same guy. So he's got a history of basically blowing up a situation. Can we agree, Dragoon? Who else was possibly defending this? Can we all agree that this guy is not fit for the job? I think that's pretty clear, right? Whether you think that it was should this guy be allowed to be back on the force? Can we agree that, hey, listen, this was excessive? This was excessive. We should, I mean, here, I'm going to give you an example as to this is what he needed to do in order to de-escalate. I'm talking about after, okay? I'm talking about after, like, before here, they should have de-escalated by just driving around, right? They should have just driven around. But no, they chose to escalate the situation by getting out of their vehicle. You can hear her saying, just go around, like trying to be polite, and then them escalating it by being dicks and get the fuck out of the car. What is she doing other than turning around have we not all ever done this in our lives? Turned around on a two-way street because you got to go back the other way? This is what she got killed for, man. It is clear that ICE are more inclined to... Yeah, but is that right? Like, should they be escalating the situation? It is a tragic convergence of multiple factors. We wish they were still alive. We wish the officer showed restraint. We wish Renee made better choices. But if people start riots over this shit, it will further the divide. I mean, are you not, like... Everyone should be pissed off about this, though, Dragoon. Like, you should be fucking angry about this. And again, I asked you a question, and you still haven't answered. Would you allow this guy to continue working, doing this job? Would you allow this officer to continue working after he's now had 2 incidents? No, I'm asking you, what is your personal opinion? Based on what you've seen, and I'm not even necessarily talking about this guy. This other guy here, though, decides to pull his gun out and shoots her. Like, why is he shooting her from the side? Is he still in danger? What? He's got his gun inside of her window basically, and shoots her 2 more times. And then her slumped body heals out, and she slams into the 2 cars on the other side of the street. I'm asking you, Dragoon, you're his boss. Do you allow him back on the streets, policing? Why is it so hard to say no? This guy's obviously like off of his rocker. He flips out over something. He's not trained to do this. You'd urge him to retire? Why would, if you're the boss, or if you're in charge of this force, it then lies to be your responsibility to decide, you know what, this guy's not fit for the job. Like if an officer is not fit for the job, it's up to his superior officer to say, listen, you can't do this. I'm sorry. You've got a temper tantrum. You're off your rocker. If they're not trained to do this, then they shouldn't be doing this. And again, are these, just to clarify, because I see different reports, are these guys ICE agents or actual Minnesota? They're not Minnesota police officers, right? These guys are ICE agents, correct? Because it says here, I guess they're considered police, but usually go on like a rehab or something after they've killed a person in duty. Yes. And not only that, but there's other situations as well where they will basically have to have mandatory time off. I believe this is the first time he's actually killed someone. They're actually technically federal police. Okay. So they're not like our RCMP, but they're, I know they're immigration police officers. But if they're immigration police officers, why are they trying to pull someone over that is simply trying to turn around? Like, what is the point? At what point does this part become their job? They're immigration officers, right? At what point is getting out of your vehicle to have a temper tantrum with somebody who's politely, like, at what point is that part of your job? It's not. They're immigration officers. This was an American citizen. Are we sure? Yes, Saganus. There's basically she was driving this way. The street was blocked by protests, and she saw that. Actually, at the beginning of the video, you can see her she basically turned around this way, and she was going to go out this way. Like, she's doing a U-turn on a 2-lane street. Okay? She's here. She waves this car to go past. They go, and I think this car was another police officer's car, because there's another video where it shows the lights on the front. So she's, you know how when police come by you and they've got their lights on, you immediately stop and you're like, okay, go ahead. Like, you immediately stop to allow them to go do whatever they're doing, right? You get the fuck out of the way. This is what she's doing. She sees their lights. She immediately waves them past. They go by no problem. Why could these guys not have made the same decision? But they get pissed off because what? She's in their lane? What was the point? What was the point of them getting out of the vehicle? Individually, if he's a bad egg, he needs to go. Sure, that's fine. But let's take a look at the big picture. How many thankless agents put their lives? Dude, that has nothing to do with the situation. You're trying to distract from what's happening here by using examples those examples have nothing to do with this current situation. Absolutely nothing. Like, you're trying to go off on a tangent, dude. I understand. I worked with police officers, dude, for years. For years I worked with police officers. I see the shit that they go through. But that is not an excuse to get out of your vehicle and shoot a woman who was politely asking you to drive around her. That is not an excuse. If you can't handle the abuse that you take with the job, get out of the job. That is not your excuse to say, well, you know what? I've had a stressful day. Somebody spit on me earlier, so I went and shot someone. Like, you cannot be seriously using that as your excuse to validate this. That is ridiculous. I don't have all the evidence. None of us do. But I believe she was deliberately hindering ICE. I do not think, dude. This is another ICE vehicle. She waved them around. Like, if you're in a vehicle and you see a cop coming at you with its lights on, and if she wanted to hinder them, she would have pulled forward and blocked both lanes. She literally waved them around. How is she hindering them? Like, I literally feel like you're trying to grasp at straws here. She's asking them to go around. If she was trying to hinder them, she would have actually blocked the street. Dragoon, listen to her. She asked them to go around. She waved the first vehicle around, and then she asked them to go around. Listen. Did you hear her? Go around. Go around. She's asking them again. Go around after she's waved them around. Like, what are you talking about? There's no blocking of anyone, dude. I get it. You're all pro, like, forces and army and they can do no wrong. They are clearly in the wrong here. If the Brits can drive on the left, I mean, I don't understand, like how you can say that she's deliberately impeding them when we literally watched another police car go around her. Like, tons of room. And then after they go around, she sees that there's another vehicle, and you can see her waving her arms, telling them to go around. Look at her hand move. She's doing this. Go around. Like, how is that difficult to understand? Like, how is this defensible? Are you telling me that she was honestly trying to block them? If she was trying to block them, she would have blocked both lanes of the street and not let them through. Like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Like, she's clearly not blocking them. Another vehicle just drove right past her. No problem. Just drove. Tons of room to go by her. Okay, then Dragoon, what is your what is your reasoning for why they needed to get out of the vehicle here and escalate the situation when she was clearly being nice and saying, you can see the lights flashing. So what do you do when if you're in this situation? I'm going to ask what you do, because I know what every other driver in the world would do. You're parked here. You see two cop cars. This one here, and the next one, both with their police lights flashing. And in another video, you can see the lights on the front flashing. Okay, what do you do? Do you move ahead to block them and drive away ahead of them, or do you stay parked and let them move around you? She wasn't in the way. Look, another vehicle, and there's people behind her. What do you mean you would have backed up? You would have hit the fucking officer behind you? There's people standing right behind her. Where did you want her to go? Like, where did... What, you backed up? There's a police... Literally, look at the video. Where is it? Like, where did you want her to go? I don't get that. Where did you want her to go to? Back up the video to what? Where the people are directly behind her, and she can't go anywhere? Like, where are you wanting her to go? Are you wanting her to pull out ahead of the police officers? Because you're complaining that she blocked them, when clearly that's not the case. Okay. Clearly, that's not the case. She stopped. She can't go in reverse because there's people directly behind her. This cop here doesn't have a problem with her. In fact, he's going to his vehicle here. That's where he's going. So she sees that these cops have their lights on, and like everybody in the world is trying to do, you stop. I guess here at this point, I mean, would you still reverse at this point here when you're not even positive that these, especially a cop, is like directly behind you? If indeed was intentionally there to disrupt ICE, can you at least entertain that possibility? No, I can't entertain that, because if she was intentionally trying to disrupt ICE, she would have done so by moving her vehicle to block both sides of the street. But instead, she actually waves them to go around. Does that sound like she's intentionally there to disrupt them? I know if I was intentionally trying to disrupt the police by blocking them in, I would have moved my vehicle ahead. Like, she's not trying to block them. She can't go in reverse because she's got a cop and somebody else with a phone in her hand, probably annoying the police officer. So she obviously can't go anywhere. She can't go ahead because the cops have their lights on and are basically taking right of way. They need to get out of here for something. So she stopped, like she should. How am I rage baiting, dude? I'm not even yelling and screaming. Like, I'm just pointing facts out. Where do you want her to go? Do you want her to pull out ahead of the cops that have their lights on? This is the full clip. This is what I have, okay? It's the full clip. It's 17 seconds. 17 seconds, dude. This is just a clip on YouTube. And this just shows that at this point here, there was no problem. If there was a problem, why is this cop not freaking out on her? Like, why is this cop not getting pissed off at her? If she's done something wrong and deliberately impeding ICE or whatever it is, why is this cop here, very clearly a police officer, not getting pissed off at her? Why is that not happening? Why is he just walking away from her? Hold on. I don't believe that is it the same guy? I think he went into did he not go into, is it the same, it is actually the same guy? So this is another angle. Let's get zoomed in. Look at her waving her hand. Saying, go ahead, you first. You got your lights on. Like, he gets shot for it. Why does she back up? Because there's nobody behind her at this point. So look at this. Now they go up to her vehicle. The other cop and the other person is now suddenly, and you can listen to her, like, she's being polite with them, like, just go around. She sounds like my grandma. Just go around. Her car was rolling forward because she didn't realize that there was a second vehicle. So here, look at this. This vehicle is also a police officer, I believe, because there's another angle where it shows the lights on. I think it's the same vehicle. But she doesn't realize that there's a second vehicle coming, and you could see her slam on her brakes because at this point she realizes, oh, there's another vehicle. Like, how far do you think she went there, dude? Pulled forward 6 inches. And trust me, I know what 6 inches looks like. Like, she literally barely moved. Look at like that is not her trying to block anyone. Went forward 6 inches. Like, why is it so hard to just admit that this guy lost it and just went off of his rocker? And I'm not denying that they don't have a tough job. But if they took the job, they should be able to handle it. No? Like, Dragoon, I don't want you to pull down your boyfriend's pants, man. I don't want you to pull down your boyfriend's pants to show me. Why move forward in front of the cop who she waved to go? That's what I just went over, dude. At this point here, when this car's going, she can't see the other car and its lights on at this point. And as soon as watch her slam on the brakes, as soon as this car's far enough ahead where she can see there's another vehicle coming, boom. The lights come on. The lights come on immediately, and she stops dead in her tracks. And then that's when she starts waving them to go through. Like, they've got tons of room. Like, move forward literally, not even as far as Dragoon's boyfriend. Is penis size. Like, literally 6 inches. Waiting to hear what her family has to say. We know she lived in... What does it matter where she lived? What does it matter where she lived? And let's say she was even there to protest. Who cares? What does that have to do with her being shot? Like, even if she was there to protest, that does not mean that the officers have a right to shoot her. She's sitting in a car, like, not a threat to anyone. She's politely asking them to go around. If she was trying to instigate shit with them, she would have moved forward and blocked the entire road. She would have moved forward and blocked the road before this car moved. For shooting her, I also think she was responsible for ICE confronting her by being the middle of the road. Two things can be... Dude. Like, okay, at least you were able to say that the ICE agent was 100% wrong. Even if she was there blocking the police officer, that does not give them the right to shoot her. Like, shooting her is beyond excessive. Beyond excessive in this situation. Like, this is what police officers are trained to deal with, and the way the officer in this case dealt with it was extraordinarily excessive. Okay, Dragoon, I want to show you the difference between flooring it and trying to kill someone. Listen to this.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like on ice when you try and floor it to kill someone. What happened to her? Watch her, what was it called? Traction control? You can see her wheel just kind of does this. That's when you barely tap the gas. She was going 2 kilometers an hour. No, Dragoon, I don't give a shit about your story about somebody who died in a police. It does not fucking matter. It does not matter what the police officer experienced 10 fucking years ago. That does not excuse what happened in this situation. I totally understand, dude. I have friends that are police officers. I hear horror stories. My past job, I saw the shit that they had to deal with every fucking day. That does not excuse them. That does not excuse them whatsoever for pulling out a gun in a situation like this and shooting someone. It does not matter what happened to them on the job 10 years ago. It does not matter in terms of morality versus legally, dude. If you want an example, George Floyd is an example, and don't give me any shit that he was a fentanyl addict and he died because of fentanyl. He was awake enough to basically say, "Get off of me! I'm choking! I'm dying!" And then he died of suffocation. Is because you're a moral person with a good heart. We all sympathize with that. The conversation about legality. I'm talking about legality. I think you should be angry at this too, Dragoon. This is happening in your country, not mine. Do I think him resisting arrest matters in his death? I don't think it would. First of all, no, I don't think. I think their use of force was excessive in his situation. Like, if they can't handle the stress of the job, they need to get off of the job. They need to not be police officers. Like, I live a 5-minute drive from an area that has more drugs in it than anywhere in North America. And you can look it up on YouTube while we're sitting here chatting. It's called the downtown east side of Vancouver, and some of you will probably already have heard of it. I have seen and worked with cops that have had to deal with this situation. People fucked up on fentanyl and meth and crack and every other drug in the world. And I've sat there and watched them arrest them and stuff like that. And they don't need to use that much force the way that they did with George Floyd. Civil War 2.0 is coming. It's inevitable at this point. America was better after the first Civil War, and it'll be better after the second. Hopefully. Like, can it get any worse? It's like there's so much shit going on, dude. It's incredible. The rest of the world is just sitting here going, the fuck is going on here? And I know, America's like, oh, we don't give a fuck what anyone else thinks. We don't care that you don't care. We're all just sitting back here with popcorn going, what the hell is going on, man? Hey, Nixon, what's up? Speaking of people in the outside world, Nixon, how's it going, man? Anyways, we went over this video several times. We'll talk about it again later because there will be more people coming in later at night. I usually don't stream this early, so. Was about state versus federal power and slavery. Second will be about ideology. It's crazy what's happening. See, Nixon, I'm trying to tell people, those of us that in the outside world, we're just sitting here with popcorn going, what the hell's going on here, man? This is it's I mean, like, let's. Whole U.S. is like Nixon lives in Europe, by the way, guys. Like, this is not like this is another crazy Canadian. Nixon lives in Europe, and I was on a Discord call earlier with another fellow from I won't say who it was. He can reveal that himself if he wants to. But we were talking about. We were just like, man, if I was to go to live today to talk about world topics, there'd be 3 things I'd have to talk about: Venezuela, Iran, and then the ICE shooting its own citizens. Like, I would have no choice. Those are the 3 world topics right now. Oh, and Nixon hooking up with some hot Colombian woman. That would be the fourth thing we talk about. I out in Canada with you. I'll have money, so I'll bring you some nice scotch. I don't drink scotch, but bring me some Corona. Watch the war on TV and hang out with Twitch viewers. Nixon hooked up with a cutie. I'm not gonna lie. I'm in. You guys know I'm into the. We need more Latinas in Canada, and Nixon went and stole one of them. So, anyways, let's try to. It's we can have friendly conversation. Go back and forth or whatever, but. If you dig Corona, I recommend Pacifico. It's good. It's like high. I've drank Pacifico before, dude. Nothing beats a Corona on a patio for me. Pacifico's not bad though. I mean, there's other similar brands that I've drank. Like I said, I used to work in nightclubs, but Pacifico I'm familiar with. But there's nothing better to me than on a hot day sitting on a patio overlooking the beach, and drinking an ice cold Corona. There's nothing better. For me. What was I sorry, I need to I don't know if anyone followed. I didn't have my bot on, so but yeah, I'm actually streaming much earlier than this is what I'm going to try to do, guys. I'm gonna try to be doing like almost like a double stream, so I'll start streaming much earlier. We'll go through the topics of the day, and then eventually we'll cut it. I'll take a bit of a break, and then we'll get into like EVE Online or something like that. So that's kind of the idea at the moment. Oh, good. Anyways, apparently we got a lot more viewers than I thought. I guess we have quite a few on YouTube or something. Sorry, all of you on YouTube. I check you out. But yeah, if you want no ads, you can definitely go check me out. Check it out on YouTube. There's a new Alodar news channel. So if you're into this sort of thing, then by all means, go check it out. Yeah. Thoughts move. Here we go. So I had to like redo basically a lot of this stuff here, testing. We're not doing it right now, but there is somebody I'm not going to mention who is going to want to join me on news streams. He's also very interested in it and is said that he'd like to join on occasion. I'd be happy to have him on. So we did have people that joined. Sander and Shaknovsky. Thanks for the follows on Twitch, dudes. I appreciate that. Should we take Venezuelan oil? I mean, what are the Venezuelans going to get out of it? Wow, e-video? I've still got to, like, get in touch with the other two people. I've got my clips created. I don't know how far they've gotten along on their clips. What site can we use to, is it just like Dropbox? I can just drop all my clips in because someone else is editing them. But if you know, if it doesn't start to take, I don't know, if it doesn't start to get rolling, then I might just say, okay, I'm gonna do this because I want to get it out. I do definitely want to get it out. But all right, let's watch something else. Let's see what else is on right now. far as news coverage goes, we'll just kind of flip through the channels really quickly. Tim Walz. I don't know how I feel about Tim Walz, to be honest. People might think that I'm super left wing. That is the furthest thing from the truth. Although I'm not super right wing either.
The good life, a reality. And today we take an important step forward in that regard by extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits.
Okay,
and when
so
we
this
get
is
this
about
done,
affordable. I mean, what's going on? CBC, nothing. Here's the protest outside of the city, outside of the facility, I guess. And again, I want to point out, even if you're against what they are protesting about, you should be on the side that they should be allowed to protest. Can we agree on that? Like, isn't that like part of the whole like American dream, is that, you know, you have the right to this freedom of speech to be able to, if the situation were reversed, those that disagree with you should also be saying, hey, you know what, I don't like what they're saying, but, you know, they have the right to go out and protest whatever. Like, we should all be protesting any big booty Latinas that are getting deported right now, right? Like, even if you don't like these people, these guys, you know, if you think they're all left wing nuts, blah 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 blah, they're crazy, they've all got blue hair or whatever. Is this a fucking Packers jersey? I immediately dislike this group already. No. As a Chicago Bears fan, it might be an Oakland A's jersey or something. It's a green jersey. What is that jersey? Oh, maybe it's a Minnesota North Stars or Stars jersey. Definitely don't like that. But anyways, even if you don't agree with what these people are protesting about, as an American that believes in your Constitution, your freedom of speech, you should be able to say, I believe that they have the right to protest. They're not harming anyone. They have the right to be there. You should be able to say that.
If you're not pussy, show your faces. Smile, Nazi. Don't be ashamed.
Hakeem Jeffries is an insufferable rat. I'm still waiting for a protest when an innocent black children are shot. I imagine I'll have a full gray beard before it happens. What are they, This is, I'm assuming this is the facility in Minnesota. 9.8. Guys, I have an emergency. My alarm just went off, telling me that my my planets are ready to be reset in EVE Online. No, I'm kidding. That did just happen, but I'm not doing it right now. Whoa, what the hell's going on? Somebody used the microphone or something. So these are the current. Yeah, it was whoever's microphone was recording. Guy's probably got an Apple phone or something like that. What are my thoughts on this thing? Which particular part of it, Anobu? Them standing outside and protesting? The lady getting shot? If you're an American citizen, you may not like what they're saying, but if you believe in your Constitution, you believe in their right to actually be protesting there, right? Do you think there's any point to any protest? I mean, people protest over lots of stuff. And, you know, there's been lots of cases in the past where protests have worked. If you don't do anything, then nothing will happen. You know? What is going on here? High body fat. Okay, dude. I can show you. I can show you certain campaign locations where you know. I think the high body fat percent is just. I don't think that's a protester starter kit. I think that's just a American starter kit. In fact, I don't see a lot of extraordinarily obese people here. There's a couple. But there's a lot of extraordinarily obese people, dude. I hate to break it to you. If you go to a Trump rally, there's a lot of damn, impressively large people that are there. Regardless, in fact, these people don't have enough meat on their bones. This person might, but it's cold there, man. These people must be freezing their asses off. They don't have enough meat on their bones. Protests seem to be an excuse to be violent to others. I mean, they're yelling. You know, I don't see any fights breaking out. Like,
you fucking dick!
They are definitely yelling. Has to do with the cost of food. Cheap food is generally unhealthy down here. Vegetables are quite expensive compared to. But I guess that's a separate discussion. I mean, it's definitely a topic we could cover some other time. And you are right. But why are veggies so expensive down there when they're not, that expensive when you go over to other countries like Italy or something like that? Like, whoa. What's going on? These protesters should be screaming at Congress instead of doing such a shit job allowing corporate mega. Yeah, but they're in Minnesota, dude. They're not in Washington D.C. You know, they're in Minnesota now, and this is where the ICE officers are. Anobu, I've been doing the same thing actually. Been eating a lot more veggies and chicken. No processed food. Trying to limit myself to it anyways.
Derek, do you need water? Just like, oh.
Yeah, company size of 2,500 workers. That's an interesting idea, actually. Problem with that, Dragoon, is you're going to have companies that are just deliberately forcing more and more work onto extra people as well. There's a negative sides to it. right, let's as much as I agree with their that they should be allowed to protest, I'm getting tired of listening to them. So
well, I've been the
let's see what else is on.
I came in the aftermath of the destruction of the city and really just the depletion of the police department.
Minnesota cop.
And it is something that remains very raw. It is both the residents of this town as well as the cops that are serving that community that have healed some, but there's still some open wounds there. And our cops have been working extremely hard to try and rebuild trust.
Dragoon, this is probably something we could probably at least agree on. Is a lot of the things that you're talking about now is deliberately based on greed. Like, there are people that are working for companies that are getting contracts because of friends that they've got, and it's not about saving money. Then they'll go and charge the government like 5 times more than what the job is actually required of them. They'll charge, just to kind of balloon the expenses out of control. And then, of course, who pays for it all? The American taxpayer. Right? We can probably agree on that. That is definitely happening on both sides, whether it's Republican or Democrat.
Procedural vote going against the GOP leadership and joining Democrats and forcing a vote here on the Affordable Care Act subsidies that more than 20 million.
I mean, let's be honest. There's only a couple of them that were coughing, guys. Like, it's not like the entire crowd was like bending over and vomiting. Like, chill.
Hill correspondent Jay O'Brien. And Jay, listen, this vote comes after weeks of disagreement with Republicans and Democrats over how to address health care costs. So what are you hearing from lawmakers on how this might just play out?
Well, at the hour, Alex, we do expect
Razmir's
this vote
grandfather
to pass. This is
was
a vote
the first
that Democrats
case.
Forced, right? They did a procedural move
He was the first
where they
case.
got a handful of Republicans to join with them and force this bill onto the House floor because Republican leadership, Speaker Johnson, was blocking a vote on this. These are Obamacare tax credits that, remember, expired at the end of 2020.
It is going to be interesting when they start voting on stuff to see whether or not some of the Republicans, even more so than they already have, actually start to turn on the government because they see all the craziness that's going on. They're just like, no, we can't do this. Like, I wonder if there's going to be some Republicans that just say, okay, enough is enough, if that's going to finally happen. Because you got to imagine that the midterms, as is almost always the case, the Republicans will lose the House. It's almost always the case that that happens. So that's when times are going to get really interesting. Actually, from now until then, because I actually think Trump is realizing he's got about, like, when are the actual midterms? Are they next November? How do you know more about politics than our own people? Dude, this is what it's like outside of the U.S. This is what it's like outside of the U.S., Nobu. And Americans, they usually get pissed off. Like, when I'm talking to people on Twitter or X or whatever, usually their first response is, fuck you, Canadian. Stay out, mind your own fucking business. Like, that's usually the first fucking response because they don't like what I've had to say. They don't even teach us how the government really... Anobu, there are so many things I would like to say, but I feel like I would be insulting people. And I don't want to. And I say this as, like, I don't want to sound arrogant or, above other people. Fuck you, Alodar, mind your own business. Razmir, fuck you too. I'm not kidding, though. And here you are speaking in a way that you know more than like 90% of our own citizens. It is a serious problem, Monobu. And it is something that I'm hoping Americans will start to realize. Like, why is it that Americans are being sheltered from so much information about what's going on, not only in their own country, but in the outside world? I'll give you a perfect example. You guys... For those of you that have been following the trade disputes between Canada and the U.S., one of the things that Trump keeps posturing with is, you guys have all these dairy tariffs, blah, blah, blah. You're fucking us over with our dairy tariffs. Screw you. Yeah, with NAFTA or whatever it's called now, CUSMA, depending on which country you're from, USMCA. USMCA is what they call it in the U.S. We call it CUSMA in Canada. Canada, U.S., Mexico. I don't know what the Mexicans call it. It's probably MAUSC or something like that. I don't know. Anyways, you always hear that, right? Like those of you that are following politics, you always constantly hear them say they're screwing us over on these dairy tariffs, blah 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 blah. I'm going to give you two very important points. Number one is both countries have dairy tariffs going back and forth. They both do them to each other, and they both did them for one particular reason, and that was to protect small dairy farmers on both sides of the border. Because this might surprise you, but we have large dairy farms in Canada as well, and they could flood the market, the American market, with, because it's a much bigger market, and wipe out, do a lot of damage to small dairy farmers in the U.S. So both sides, you can actually read it. Both sides actually have, or agreed to it, that they would have tariffs to limit the amount of dairy that went across the border. Canada doesn't have cows. True. We don't have chocolate milk because we don't have brown cows. Secondly, though, I had a second point. What was the second point? I had a second point. It'll come to me. But anyways, that is like a complete. Oh, the second point is there is a cap. So here's my phone, but it's not my phone. It is the dairy cap. American and Canadian are allowed to ship over dairy up to a certain point. And at that point, American dairy and Canadian dairy going the other way is then tariffed. That's under the current agreement. You know how many times the Americans have, and you can, I swear to God, please look this up. Like, don't just sit there and listen to the Orange Man. How many times have Americans been tariffed for milk coming across the border? Hey, see you later, Crispy. Have a good night, man. I know it's getting late for you. It's sleepy time. How many times have Americans been tariffed on dairy? Never. They have never actually met that cap limit to where they would get tariffed. So yes, there is these tariffs, like tariffs in the agreement, but nobody has ever paid them because the Americans have never actually reached that limit. And there's one very important reason for it. We don't allow cows in our dairy industry to be injected with like hormones and shit like that, because we don't want it in our milk. So we basically said, because of OnlyFans, it's on the grinder. It's on the grinder. You can go down the link, the spicy links to Burglar. Go down and click it. So, anyways, Americans have never actually been tariffed on any of this tariff, but on their dairy. But yet, that's something that Trump is constantly screaming about. You're tariffing on our dairy. No, we're not. There are limitations, and we don't want to accept dairy that's coming across the border with like cows that have been injected with a bunch of crap. Like it's a health issue for us. Anyways. Let's move on to let's see what else is on the tube. Americans are paying the price for these tariffs. Inflation is through the roof, and it has been since COVID. We know Orange Man is full of shit. What about lumber? For Canadian lumber going down, what about lumber? Like you're tariffing the crap out of our lumber as well. I mean, we can buy it. Like, we're not tariffing American lumber, so. Your Canadians have milk in bags? I believe they might still in like Quebec, but I haven't seen milk in bags since I was like 10 years old. I'm not gonna lie. That's literally all of our food full of It is. It is very unhealthy. So, mind that I have to create a boogeyman in order to get talking points so they can push the agenda, but on both sides to do this. What we were talking about earlier, though, in Onobu is, I don't know why it is that there are people there's lots of crazy people on the left. Don't get me wrong. I see milk in bags every day. Where's T12s? I don't know where that is, dude. I don't know where that is. But anyways, about the lumber, Pospos, you want to know why lumber is tariffed so heavily in Canada? Is because hey, thanks for the follow there, dude. The reason why Americans buy Canadian lumber so much for their construction, and this is actually true, is because because of the weather up here in Canada, the wood is actually stronger. And that's actually true. You can go look it up. But the wood is actually stronger. It's better suited for construction work. It's more sturdy, and it's just preferred. And because of our cheap Canadian dollar, it's cheaper to buy as well. So everything about America is becoming bad. I mean, I just wish they'd ship the Latinas that they're kicking out across our border. Like, why are they sending them through the south border? We'll accept them up here in Canada. Like, what's going on here? Just bring them up here. Except everyone wants to keep coming here, so not all bad. Dude, I hear this narrative all the time that, oh, everybody wants to come to America. They're literally coming to all of our countries. It's not just America, dude. Like, ask Nixon how many immigrants go to Denmark. Denmark is the size of a football field, and Nixon will tell you how many immigrants they see in Denmark. Right? The thing I would be supportive of joining the EU in a freaking heartbeat. Ask people in Europe if there's immigration there. I hear this narrative. I've heard this narrative for years, where Americans think that they're the only country that people want to go to. And it's not that. They just want to get out of the country they're in. They'll accept Canada, U.S., England, like Scotland. They'll even accept Denmark. They'll even say, you know what? Yes, we'll go to Denmark too. Is harder and better than American lumber. American Southern pine is generally harder than most Canadian lumber. Yeah, but how much do you have to actually cut down though, Razmir? Like, literally 99% of our country is a forest. We have far more wood to chop down. Poland is BIS. Poland has immigrants. It's not illegal. Now, I know that you guys are probably sitting there going, Alodar's a left-wing wingnut. I want to make this point very clear. I do not have a problem whatsoever with a country saying we don't want any more immigrants. Like, we're closing our doors. I do not have and I don't have a problem with that at all. So for those of you that are like, oh, Alodar's super left-wing, no. I've been very vocal that if you are an immigrant to the country, even if you come here legally and then you start committing crimes, it should be an automatic, first of all, you're serving your time, and then you're getting the fuck out of my country. Like, that has always been my position. So for people to, like, I am definitely, I've got opinions on both sides here. Is the whole world turning far right? I think that you just see them being more vocal. And I think you will eventually see a swing back as well. A lot of Turd a burglar, as far as them being on welfare, I'm of the opinion that if you're somebody who's come into the country and you've been here for a year and you've made no attempt to, like, get a job, learn the language, and fit in, basically, out. I also firmly believe that there are certain sects of religion that I don't want to have anything to do with coming into Canada or in the U.S. So, for example, I'm not saying all Muslims. I'm saying that if you come in with a burqa, and you're obviously some extreme wingnut, I don't fucking want you here. I don't want you here at all. But I have lots of Muslim friends, and they're not violent. They're not, like, trying to convert me to be a Muslim. Like, I have lots of Muslim friends. I'm not even religious, actually. I'm not religious at all. And there's Christian wingnuts as well. I wish I could ship the Christian wingnuts out of here too. Tell them to go back to wherever you came from. But I firmly believe that if you are an extremist in any religion, I do not want you in my country. Like, I don't want you here. They show up to the border and they're wearing a burqa, out. Sorry. And there was actually several years ago, I'm trying to remember what, I think it was when the whole Afghan stuff, the war was happening. I actually started to see a few, like just a few, but it would happen like once every 6 months or something. I would see people like a husband or a wife, and the wife would be in a full burqa. And I was like, I'd be like, the fuck? I haven't seen that in years, though. I'm sounding like an American now? No, I think I'm just sounding like a reasonable person. I don't want people that are going to come to my country and then just be like, no, hold on. You need to conform to my way of life now. I don't like the way that you guys do things here, so I need you to change. Right? Like, I've got friends from their cultures are from all over the world, and they fit in. I've got tons of, you would not believe how many Filipinos live in Vancouver. I've tons of Filipino friends, and they are all fantastic, and they're all, I think they're all quite religious. Like, they're all Catholic, I guess. But you know what they're not doing? They're not like shitting on me or you gotta blah 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 do this. They're not doing that. They go do their Catholic stuff. They go to their church. I've got tons of Muslim friends. Tons of Muslim friends. I've got lots of friends that are from India there, or they're Hindu or Sikh. Like my last job, I worked like I was a minority for sure, but you know what? Every single one of them was extraordinarily nice to me. Extraordinarily nice to me. So I don't have a problem with what religion they practice. That is, they're not, they weren't a bother. In fact, they were a bonus to society. They were, they were contributing to society. They worked with me. They had, a good paying job. And when I lost my job, you know what? When I lost my job, the first probably 5 people that reached out to me were all Indians. And I'm talking about from India. Every single one of them. No, one was Vietnamese. But literally, like, a bunch of guys that I started working at this company with, they all reached out to me. Trump supporters forget, but this is the hardest working people. You know what? There's a stat, and I don't know the exact numbers, but it's something like immigrants are, I think it's like five times less likely to actually cause crime than actual U.S. citizens. Like they are less likely. Your society is actually safer with them being here. The problem though is you have an incident. You'll have an incident which will involve one immigrant. So let's use I don't know much about it because I haven't spent too much time on it in the last few days. The Somalian daycare center or whatever's going on, right? You'll have people that are sitting there, oh my God, this Somalian daycare center, they're ripping off the government, blah, blah, blah. And then they'll take the next step and they'll be like, we've got to get rid of all Somalians. We got to get rid of all of them. All of the ones that were born here, we've got to get rid of the ones that have come here legally, that have gone through the process. We got to get rid of all of them because of maybe a group of 5 people that were, possibly defrauding the government. That's where the next step goes to. And it is crazy how people get to that next step. They take one case and then they blame all immigrants for it. And that is just simply ridiculous. I don't know how many it is, Fighter. Like Robert, I just briefly heard that there was a case where somebody was running a daycare and they were defrauding the government, or whatever. And I believe I saw that it was actually debunked as well. Like it's actually bullshit, and it was like some right wing wannabe journalist or something like that went and made up some BS story, and apparently it is completely and utterly bunk. I don't think anyone has a problem with immigrants who come here legally. The issue is when they come here illegally. commit fraud, etc. Yeah, but the problem though is, Razmir, is they'll take one illegal immigrant that has done something wrong and point their finger at all of them and say all of them they're all like this, they've all got to go. And I've made this point before. There was I can't remember what country people were fleeing from, but there was pictures of people on rafts or whatever, like fleeing another country, and people are like, "Oh, these people are fucking illegal immigrants." They're fleeing their country, with their kids and blah blah blah. And I'm like, dude, look at the situation that they're in. If you were in their situation and you had two kids or whatever, and you're living in a country that is war torn, and people are like threatening your lives and stuff like that, and people are getting killed all over the place, you're telling me that you wouldn't take your kids and run, even if it was illegally? Like, you're full of shit if you're saying that you wouldn't do that. You're full of shit if you're telling me that you're going to be like, you know what? I'm going to fill out the paperwork, and even though my kids are getting threatened with guns and gangs are trying to recruit them and blah, 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 that you're going to sit there and wait the years to possibly maybe get allowed to come in? You're not going to immediately grab your kids and run? You're being extraordinarily dishonest. If you were in their situation, you'd do the exact same thing. You had kids, you'd be like, no, we're out. We're tapping out, whatever countries they are. And people are like, oh, you should stay in your country and help fix it. What? You're talking about people that are like trying to fight against people that have guns, and you've got like two little children? Like, there is absolutely no chance that you're not sitting there going, you know what, we got to get out of here. We got to go somewhere safe. That's why I'm never going to America. Oh, God, don't get me started on the gun topic, dude, because I will just go off. I will just go off if we start talking about the gun topic. Part of a society, but illegal immigrants are here illegally. By definition, they're criminals. Razmir, I just pointed out a situation. If you were in the same situation as those immigrants and you're running from, stuff that is happening in their country, war, or, people are threatening your kids or whatever, you're doing the exact same thing, buddy. You're doing the exact same thing. Don't even try to deny it. A lot of them flee oppressive regimes. Exactly. Why do you think there's so many Cubans and Venezuelans in the U.S., man? And you know what is actually interesting? How ironic is this? Eight months ago, you had people cheering and hoping that these Venezuelans would get eaten by crocodiles. And now suddenly they're like, oh yeah, I know, we're pro-Venezuelan. And whatnot. I think it gets exaggerated a lot on TV. Anobu, I'm going to tell you. Okay, I have been around guns like basically twice in my life, and I've told this story, both of these stories, on stream. I was 19, and I was a manager at McDonald's. Yes, at McDonald's. I was like a second assistant manager at McDonald's. I was 19. And when I got my promotion to second assistant manager, I went and bought myself a nice little, what I thought was a nice little sports car. And that's a completely other story. So that I don't want to go off on that tangent. Talk to me later about how I didn't buy a Mustang and instead I bought this stupid car. But I bought this little sports car because I thought it was cool, and I'd get chicks or whatever. And the first week that I had it, I had to go buy gas, and where I lived was a place called Tawasin, which is right on the border of Washington State. And it was typical for Canadians to go across the border for gas because it's so much cheaper, especially if you live 2 blocks from the border, right? So I went across the border, and I was like, and there's you go across the border, it's like a 2 lane border crossing. It's so small, 1 lane going to the U.S., 1 lane going into Canada, and basically the only reason people use it is to go across. It's a little piece of land that is basically just I could show it to you on a map, but look it up. It's called Blaine, Blaine. But it's a piece of land that's not attached to the rest of the U.S. Basically, if citizens from Blaine want to go into the U.S., they have to like drive through Canada and go around. So anyways, they're basically there to sell us food and gas. So you go across the border, and then it's like a long stretch of road that's like, I don't know, I want to say it's like, 4 kilometers or something like that. It's a few kilometers. And I just said, I want to see what this car can do. And I opened it up, just, threw it into first and went flying down the road type of thing, right? After I got around the corner from the border. And I was just flying down the road. There's a stop sign that eventually you get to, but it was like 2 o'clock in the morning because they just closed the restaurant. And you can see for like a kilometer in each direction that there's nothing there. There's no lights. There's nothing. And so I knew that I could just go straight through the stop sign. Being a stupid 19-year-old kid, went flying right through the stop sign. And then gradually a few blocks later, I slowed down, pulled into a gas station, and went to get out of my car. And I just grabbed the gas handle to the hose to start filling up, and I just grabbed it. And 4 cop cars came flying in behind me, and the guy in front of me literally got out of his car and pointed his gun at me. I'm standing there in my McDonald's uniform, freaking the F out, because and I'm not kidding you, I'd never seen a gun in my life at this point. The only time I'd ever seen guns before this was cops in their holsters. I'd never seen a gun pointed anywhere, at a gun range, nothing. So the first time I ever actually saw a gun in use was it being pointed at my head from like 20 feet away. So that freaked the fuck out of me. They eventually let me go, and I didn't even get a ticket, of all things, which blew me away. I, of course, did not fill up gas. They told me to get the fuck out of there, so I just put the nozzle back on and went away. The second time, I was playing, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Las Vegas, but I was playing poker on the Strip. And I was sitting at a table, and this table is like right by the exit door. I can't remember. It was called O'Shea's Casino back in the day. And literally, like, I'm 2 feet away or 10 feet away from the sidewalk. The doors are open, like always wide open. You get a breeze or whatever. And I'm sitting there, like, and suddenly I hear a pop, 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 like right at one of the major intersections. There's a gun shootout. What the hell's going on here? Anyways, it is a crazy problem, and maybe you're used to it. We're not. You would have come here legally, dude. If your kid was being threatened, your family's lives were being threatened because of violence and stuff like that, you would have said, yeah, you know what? We're just going to wait it out. I don't believe you. Don't believe you. I think most other people would say, yeah, you know what? I got to get my kids out of here. A bunch of innocent people with a missile. How many? Which time? And immigrants from the Middle East. I see a huge difference in Ukrainian immigrants than immigrants from the Middle East. Just saying. Like I said, Nixon, I have no problem if they cause problems, ship them the fuck back. If they can't obey the law, get them out of here. I do not have a problem with that at all. Politics, so take what I say with a grain of salt in American issues. There's no UK political channels, really. There's no UK political channels? I mean, you can get any of this stuff on YouTube.
For Mayor Fry. But you mentioned the numbers. Your force has been cut by about a third since those 2020 protests. Also, listen, you've said that there's been no coordination between ICE and ICE agents and your police department as they've carried out operations in your background.
Yeah, but Onobu, does that not sound crazy to you that you sleep beside a 12 gauge shotgun or 20 gauge? Like, do you know how ridiculous that sounds to people that don't live there? Like, that is absurd. Like That is
been
crazy.
saying this even the day before this happened, that I was worried that we were going to have a
I'll be right back,
tragedy.
guys.
And that's exactly what happened. The loss of any human life is a tragedy.
I used to live in Phoenix,
but it would be tragic if a
Onobu.
federal law enforcement officer was seriously hurt or killed, any human life at all. And I think we've seen, the underlying issue, in my view, in what has been happening is not that federal law enforcement is enforcing federal law. It is how that law enforcement activity is being conducted. And that goes to the root of professional law enforcement in this country, our obligation to ensure that we are leading learning organizations so that we are not repeating the same mistakes over and over again, so that we are not causing unnecessary damage, both to the trust that is in the community, but also ensuring that we are employing sound tactics so that we are not unnecessarily escalating situations. Law enforcement in this country has been training, especially this police department for the last 5 years, has been training very purposefully to try and do everything in our power to ensure that our officers are de-escalating situations, doing things tactically sound, and not placing anyone's lives unnecessarily at risk.
Yeah, and Chief, look, we've heard from the governor that the FBI is choosing to freeze out the state's Bureau of Criminal Apprehension in its investigation. You've held your post since about 2020. You've seen the protests related to either George Floyd or Kim Potter. Can you talk about just how important transparency is for this community?
Well, I've been the police chief here since 2022. I came in the aftermath of the destruction of the city and really just the depletion of the police department. And it is something that remains very raw. It is both the residents of this town as well as the cops that are serving that community that have healed some, but there's still some open wounds there. And our cops have been working extremely hard to try and rebuild trust in places where we have lost it, and then trying to build trust in parts of the community where we never had it. And that's why we do everything possible to address crime and violence and do it in a manner that does not needlessly cause damage to our reputation or the community trust.
It should not be like that.
Chief O'Hare, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. To Capitol Hill now, where the House is on track to pass a 3-year extension of health care credits that Congress let expire at the end of last year. And that vote happening soon. 9 Republicans already broke rank in a procedural vote, going against the GOP leadership and joining Democrats in forcing a vote here on the Affordable Care Act subsidies that more than
Nixon, it's crazy. I guess if you grow up with it, you think it's normal, but it's not normal. You know, it is not normal to have to worry about that shit. Like,
address healthcare costs. So what are you hearing from lawmakers on how this might just play out?
Well, at the hour, Alex, we do expect this vote to pass. This is a vote that Democrats forced, right? They did a procedural move where they got a handful of Republicans to join with them and forced this bill onto the House floor because Republican leadership, Speaker Johnson, was blocking a vote on this. These are Obamacare tax credits that, remember, expired at the end of 2025. They were the central issue for Democrats over the course of the government shutdown, but the shutdown ended without a deal on this. 2025 ended without a deal on this. So the tax credits expired, and they caused premiums for some 20 million.
The reason why I believe that they're saying that this is such a big issue is because it's showing that there's possibly a splinter amongst Republicans and that there's going to be more that are going to vote against Trump. I think that's why they're thinking this is a big deal. It hits me. Whereabouts in Phoenix do you live? I didn't live in Phoenix for very long, but my dad actually lives down there, and I've got like my sister and nieces that live down there, so I go down there and visit quite often, or I used to anyways.
Get 9, maybe even 10 Republicans backing this. The legislation would, if those numbers hold, pass in the House. It would go on to the Senate.
My dad lives in Scottsdale, and my sister lives in the Glendale area. And I actually, when I went down there, this is years ago, I went down there with a girlfriend of mine at the time. We were living together, but we were looking at buying a place down there. This is when the 2008 housing market crashed, and we went all over the place, like Mesa, Chandler, even down to like Goodyear and up to Surprise. So I'm quite familiar with the area.
On Capitol Hill, but nothing is down on paper at this hour, Alex. So those Americans still very much in limbo when it comes to their health care
We couldn't believe how cheap the houses were down there.
Jay O'Brien for us on Capitol Hill. Thank you. Meanwhile, a storm system is sweeping across the country through the end of the week.
And I know they, I went down to, for my dad's, just after COVID, I hadn't been down to there in years because of COVID. But it was also my dad's 70th birthday. So I flew down. It was actually for Father's Day. I couldn't go down for his 70th birthday because of COVID. And he's an older guy, right? So we didn't want to chance it for health reasons. He's in good shape, but you know, who knows if I brought COVID with me or something like that. So anyways, went down, surprised him for Father's Day. Just showed up at like 5 o'clock in the morning. And said, get in your fucking car. We're going to Vegas, basically. But I know they've got that big data center that's on the north side of Phoenix. Is it NVIDIA that built that? It's a huge complex, so an absolutely huge complex. So you drive right by it as you're going up to TSMC. That's it, yeah. It's a huge complex. You drive by it as you're going to Vegas.
Thunder and lightning, even up towards Green Bay could have thunder and lightning too. Minneapolis getting rain, maybe even a snow mix at some points too, because
huge.
it's just
it was
a little colder
just under
over
construction,
there.
I think. At
on
the time.
Friday into the afternoon, this
yet.
goes back down to the south for this severe thunderstorm threat. There's a line from Birmingham down to Jackson and Hattiesburg, even close to New Orleans as well. That'll continue all night long and could have a secondary round of just as strong
care about the weather in
thunderstorms
New Orleans.
on Saturday morning at 7 a.m. You can see.
Let's get back to what we were talking about here. Ness says affected astronaut. What happened? What happened? Do we have an argument about whether or not we actually landed on the moon or not? I don't want to get you guys started on your conspiracy theories. Never mind. Let's see here. U.S. detains Ghana's fugitive ex-minister. What is this? Is this Ozempic? I don't want to listen to Tim Waltz anymore. Here's what I wanted to actually look at.
Chilling effect on protests. So for
the
that
Iran
reason
protests.
alone,
This to me, I know in our hemisphere, it's all about what ICE is doing. This is a major story. I don't. Am I not live? What's going on here? Oh, this is actually a video. So
I want to thank Behnam Ben Talablu for being with us for.
The whole Iran stuff is actually, to me,
to face justice. The government says Mr.
one of, if not the biggest stories in the world right now.
Key roles in several scandals that has led to the country.
Wait, what do I believe? I believe we landed on the moon.
Around $500 million of
I know you
state
don't.
money.
What is
Mr.
this?
Oforiatta's case is one.
Okay, that's what that guy did. Okay. White House considers extending the ACA subsidies after GOP members help force. Okay, so there are definitely GOP members. For non-North Americans, GOP stands for Grand Old Party. It basically means Republicans. I guess more people have parted, and I obviously it's important because Americans will now be able to get the medical, or they will be able to afford their medical, which blows me away that you even have to think about that. But anyways, they will be able to afford their medical subsidies or insurance. And the GOP, members of the GOP, more members have decided to cross. We call it crossing the floor here. I think in Europe, it's more like the Canadian parliamentary system is, much like the English or UK Parliament, where you might have somebody that actually crosses the floor and joins another party or votes with the other party. It's very common here. But they do have some more people that look like they're crossing the floor. So it looks like that might pass. That's good news. Let's watch the blue-haired people again for a little bit. I want to see what this reporter has to say. What's overblown about getting health insurance before you come across the border? We all get we all do that. I don't want a freaking bill for going to the hospital. In the Middle East, Mideast, CIA is more likely involved. Okay, the more insulated people have shown up. There's going to be an ad starting, guys. If you don't want ads, you can watch on Kick or YouTube. I don't have a problem with that. I'm not allowed to suggest that you use ad blockers. I'm definitely not allowed to suggest that you do that, but... Yeah, I know, Boo. Canadians don't go into the U.S. without health insurance, man. Like, I'll pay the extra whatever it is for health insurance if I go to a trip down to the U.S. I have a good friend. They flew down to Florida to go on a cruise, and his dad suffered a major heart attack. I think it was a heart attack or a stroke. Anyways, regardless, he was in the hospital down there for like 10 days or something before they could fly him back to Canada, and their bill was like ridiculous, but they had health insurance, and so they bought insurance before they went over. And before that, I was never buying it. I was just like, I'm invincible. Nothing will ever happen. But now I always do. Pay the extra, whatever it is, $20. It is money. I mean, it's $20. You know, I'm not going to risk having a ridiculous bill. Yeah, it could be something has nothing to do with you. You could be hit by a car. You know, you could be, some drunk guy decides to knock you out, something like that. I don't know. It could be anything, right? So. I should see if there's any other live streams of this. Actually, there's probably a dozen live streams down at this facility. I mean, Fox News isn't doing anything but going, using a camera. How many Americans just ignore their bills? Yeah, but with me, they'd probably just say, okay, you can't come back into our country. Not that I care right now anyways. I'm not going down there at the moment anyways. I don't have any plans to anytime soon, but... No birds in the trees, we ate them all? I don't even know what you mean by that. I wonder if there's anything else that is... Health insurance card that works in most EU countries. Even covered if yeah, a lot of like our companies that we like if you're unionized or something like that, a lot of them will have a deal as part of your union that you will get health coverage if you go to a different country. It'll be like part of your union agreement. Because I mean, up here, like one of the benefits of having universal health care is that companies can't really use that as a crutch, to negotiate, your wages with you. Oh yeah, we're not going to pay you as much, but we do have really good health coverage. Like we get that anyways. So when Canadians are looking for jobs, and same as in other countries, we just say, okay, whatever. Like I'm just going to take whoever's going to pay me the most. It's they can't be like, oh well, we're going to give you 5 days of sick leave or whatever. Well, I already get that. All right, so when you're looking for a job here, you're just gonna take whoever's gonna pay you the most, right? You don't have to worry about, is this person gonna give me health coverage or not? It just seems so weird. If you're in a union, you're gonna have health care coverage. You're hopefully gonna have good health care coverage too. The fact that there's different levels of health care coverage is kind of weird as well. And the fact that you can be like told that you've got to go through like a certain doctor because your health care coverage only works at certain places. It's like, wait, what? Like, you wish dentist was paid through taxes here as well. We just started a dental program here, Nixon. Yeah, they just started a dental healthcare thing here in Canada. And same as daycare, child daycare. It's $10 a day. I'm sure there's a parent check going, wait, what? $10 a day? And you should see these daycare centers, man. Like, I'd go to them. Like, I just, if I was a kid, I'd be like, fuck, man, look at this playground. What are they? He's got a Mexican flag here? I'm going to agree that this protest it's not really doing much. They're just a bunch of people standing around. Just a bunch of people standing around and kind of gave the ICE agents an excuse to although at least it's it's being shown on, I mean, look at it. It's being shown on Fox News, right? So is it a California? I don't know the different state flags. I'm just a dumb Canadian, dude. This is the point where you're supposed to say, mind your own effing business, you stupid Canadian. Is that a bear in the middle? I don't know what the individual state flags are. Apparently there was a controversy last week where Minnesota governor put up the new Minnesota flag in his office, and people started ranting about how it's the Somali flag, and it's not the Somali flag at all. Is it a Mexican flag? Okay, piss off. You're trolling me then. It's in Minnesota. Why would we be flying a California flag? You're trolling me. I think he knew that it wasn't a California flag. But anyways, yeah, like there was this big thing about the whole Somali stuff, and he wasn't even putting up a Somalian flag. It was the new Minnesota flag or something. Apparently the new Minnesota flag's like blue and white or something. I don't know how bright it is to be waving a Mexican flag around ICE agents anyways. Have they not heard what's going on? Like, don't single yourself out. Hey, that guy over there is one of them immigrants. Don't give them a reason to grab you instead of everyone else. How about not interrupting law enforcement? What they're doing now? Akifis, you know, interrupting law enforcement and stuff has been like something that people have done during protests on both sides of the aisle for decades and decades and decades. And regardless, we're talking about what happened yesterday. We talked about that earlier. Slight excessive use of force. Don't get me fired up again. We'll go. Everyone was like, we've never seen a Canadian this angry before. Wasting the time. It's not like ICE is going to knock him and say, well, that's it. I don't know, where's this? Where's this on the, like the left side? This looks like a bigger crowd. I don't think this is not the same place. I'm wondering if this looks like it's some sort of a parliament building or something like that. Lady Dad was right in the middle of the operation. I mean, we watched it. She waved to the cop car that went around her to go around her, and then the second guy didn't go around her, and she couldn't back up, Pacifist. So I don't know what you wanted her to do. She had a cop standing right behind her car. Where did you want her to go?
Make it hard for you, because you're from Fox News, and you're, dude. I see you guys throwing all your shit on Fox Live.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you guys are giving up live feeds on Fox News. He was on it, so I'm
Hey,
sorry.
Gorilla Glue, what's up, man?
This is going back to my station.
Yeah, and they're broadcasting it. They're broadcasting stuff on the internet, and I don't want Fox News to have any pictures of this because
You know what? I'm not a fan of Fox News. I will admit. I think that they're full of shit. But if I was this guy, I'd probably say, you know what? I want people to see this. Like, let them broadcast it.
News network, and I don't appreciate that. I mean, you got talking heads like Sean Hannity, Laura Ingraham, Brian Kilmeada. Well, you show clips of them all the time, dude.
He's literally live streaming.
Absolutely.
You have any news down here that you like, or at least are a fan of? Me?
You will show syndicated clips from the Fox News headquarters, and you will broadcast.
I mean, I'll be really happy the Chicago Bears beat the Green Bay Packers this week in Anobu. I'm a huge Chicago Bears fan.
You're making them money right now.
Okay, let's
they're selling ads.
Let's they're not selling ads. It's a live stream. I haven't seen one fucking ad the entire time. All right, let's see what's going on here.
Came from our business district on Lake Street, and it is not business as usual. The businesses are empty. People are not there because people are afraid to go out because of what ICE is doing. They're keeping people from going to work. They're keeping people from shopping at our businesses, from going to lunch, along Lake Street, which is a thriving business district here. This is actually not.
Did you actually leave because I said, where did you want her to go? Like, I literally said, where did you want her to go? There's a cop behind her car. She couldn't back up. Like, where did you want her to go?
Teachers. This is not business as usual. It's fascism.
Well, and I want to talk about this independent FBI investigation. Governor Wall.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to just say what other people want me to, I'm not going to just, say what, I'm doing this so that I can voice my opinion. We can have an honest debate. We went over the whole shooting earlier. I voiced my opinion. I don't know what people wanted her to do. I guess she could have gotten out of the car, but she's scared shitless. They had no reason to even get out of their vehicle. Like, they could have just driven around.
That it was self-defense. He needed to do it. But anyone can see, if you just use your eyes, if you just believe your eyes, you can see when they asked her to left, she started to leave, and then he shot her. So yeah, I really want to see, I know my colleagues, I know my neighbors really want to see local law enforcement involved in the investigation. So that we can hopefully get a fair investigation and get fair charging as well. One thing that I think is really important to note is that this is mere blocks from where George Floyd was murdered. George Floyd was murdered at 38th
clear.
Chicago,
I mean, we can go over it again because we haven't talked about it in a couple of hours.
Those are very close to each other. So this community, this neighborhood, we're starting to feel feelings that we haven't felt since 2020.
But this is something new. We can go over it when we're
I also wanted to ask you, because the Trump administration, including the president and vice president, they claim that the radical left is to blame here. What's your reaction to that?
Well, what I'll say is that before ICE was here, we were having thriving business. We were having people out. Our schools are great schools. We have an amazing community here. And then when ICE came in and they've done this surge, and then particularly when they've surged even more, we're seeing chaos. We're seeing violence. We're seeing business closed. We're seeing people not go to work. We're seeing random dads what they've done is they've made a network where they're taking other people's kids to school because some parents aren't safe to leave the home. And so what's radical is having your government come and persecute you. That's what's radical. The radical left has nothing to do with this. We just want to live our lives. We want to be happy. We want to take our kids to school. We want to go to the doctor. And Donald Trump and his ICE are not allowing us to do that.
You've pushed.
All right, let's talk about Venezuela for a bit. What do you guys think about? What do you think about the whole Venezuela situation? People have so much time protesting 8 hours. Hey, if that's how they want to spend their day, dude, that's how they want to spend their day. I mean, you say that, and yet we sit here and we play video games for fucking 10 hours and don't even blink at it. At least they're doing something with their time. I played EVE Online for 17 hours straight a few days ago. Like, you know how many people would be like, you're completely wasting your life playing video games. Then the shots into the side of the car, I don't see how it can be. Dude, it doubled. I agree 100%. It's a murder. Seeing violence, so basically the same thing that happened in every city in the metro city where we're not even ICE down here. Same city. It's exactly Nixon. It's a few blocks away from where the George Floyd murder happened. Venezuelan situation was good. The Venezuelan people were celebrating. Maduro didn't respect the results of the election. I don't like Maduro, but having said that, I don't know that you can just like it's definitely against international law to do what happened. Like you can't go into another country, basically completely unprovoked. The whole drug thing was. Does anyone actually think the drug thing was real now? Like, that's not a thing anymore. Right? Like, that's not happening anymore. Suddenly they arrest Maduro, and suddenly they're like, oh, it's not about drugs anymore, it's about oil. Like, who fell for that? Like, can we go back to looking at all the accusations that Venezuela was supplying the U.S. with all these drugs and stuff like that, and it was all about the drugs. We're going in there because of the drugs. We're blowing up the boats because of the drugs and all that sort of crap. And as soon as they get Maduro out, suddenly nobody is talking about the drugs anymore. You don't think that was a complete setup as an excuse for them to go in and do what they did? And now suddenly you're not hearing any accusations that Venezuela is, or these cartels in Venezuela are supplying the U.S. with drugs. That disappeared immediately. It was fucking crazy. For sure they did. For sure they did. And everyone believes. Everyone at the time was like, oh, like if I'd argue with people online, they'd be talking about, oh, why do fishermen have boats with 2 engines on them? Why do they need boats with 2 engines on them? And even if that is the case, even if it was actually the case that these boats were transporting drugs, why would you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars, however freaking much a missile costs to shoot down a boat? Why would you not just send in the Navy or whatever to apprehend the boat and arrest the people and show everyone the evidence that, hey, here's the drugs. Look, here's the drugs. But they didn't want to do that at all. And you have people that are not even questioning it. Like, it is absolutely crazy that people were like, oh no, and this is the problem. This is the problem. If you're one of these people that are just not ever questioning everything, you've got to ask yourself, why are you not questioning this stuff? Why are you just blindly following along with what your government is telling you without at least thinking, you know what? This doesn't make sense. Like, this doesn't make sense. Like, why is this happening? And even even after the fact, when you realize, hey, we're not talking about the drugs anymore. What happened? I thought this was all about drugs. Why are you then not waking up and saying, hey, hold on a second? They were full of shit just then about the drugs. What else have they been like? Why are people not questioning this stuff? Why are they just blindly following along? Wait till that green. Oh, yeah. You know there's going to be trouble as soon as they start announcing that. You know that there's going to be trouble when they start announcing that Greenland's got a bunch of oil, and we need that. Except the problem is they don't announce that they're going in there for the oil. We know why they're going after Greenland. It's for the minerals. That's why. It's got nothing to do with security. Like, Americans allowed to have army bases on Greenland if they want. It's part of NATO. They've got American army, at least one American army base there already. If it's security they're worried about, they can still put more army bases there. Greenland's not saying, no, you can't. Like, you can actually, look this stuff up. So there's another reason as to why they want Greenland. It's got nothing to do with national security. They've got security there. They're able to put American army bases on Greenland. So what is the actual reason? It's not for security. They've already got it secured. It's for the minerals. I hope America will take You hope they will? You're from Denmark. Canada will take Greenland. We'd be happy to have them. I mean, Greenland wants to be their own country. Let them be their own country. Why does no one question the fact that all of this happens in one area where George Floyd thing is? To be honest, Hitzman, I honestly believe that's just like it's completely different. Completely different police detachment or a department. Like one, I believe the George Floyd was the Minnesota State Police, and this is ICE that it happened with. I just think that these incidents happen so often, dude. If these guys had shot somebody in Southern Carolina, there probably is a death in Southern Carolina where they could have said, this just happened in Southern Carolina 2 weeks ago, because it happens everywhere, dude. It happens literally everywhere. Why does no one question the? Hold on. Do you think Cuba is next after Venezuela, or do you think they will go after Colombia? Anobu, I've been to Cuba. Man, they live like shit there, man. I'm not gonna lie. They live like absolute crap in Cuba. And having spoken to Cubans, it's very clear that they're not. There's only so much they can say without getting in shit. But I honestly think that I would like to see the Cuban communist regime collapse there. I would love to see that. But I honestly also believe, like, as someone that's been to Cuba and I've talked to Cubans, the Cuban people themselves are being punished because of the sanctions on Cuba. It's not the Cuban government. The Cuban government is not the one that's suffering. It's the population of Cuba. And that's why these sanctions that have been on Cuba are so absolutely ridiculous. Because the people that are in government, they're not suffering. They're still living well. It's the Cuban population that is suffering, and they've done nothing wrong. So the sanctions on Cuba are absolute ridiculous. If the government collapses there, though, I'll be very happy for the Cuban population, as long as they can have like a peaceful transition of power, and and kind of decide their own path. I don't want America to go in there and militarily take over their government. I'd like to see it just kind of collapse. The Cuban population rise up, take control of their island, bring into power whoever they feel is best fit, but they need to do that themselves. They need to have the say. It can't be Trump coming in and saying, we're controlling the island, and we're going to have Marco Rubio or Ted Cruz as the savior, finally go, he's got Cuban roots or whatever, and go back to Cuba, and he's going to run Cuba. Like, we can't have that. That's against. Apparently, it doesn't matter if it's against international law, apparently. Putting dozens of nuclear subs under the Arctic ice north of Greenland. I think they want to use. Are they, Anobu? Like, who's telling you this? And this is part of the problem. Are they actually doing that, Anobu? The Russians can barely fend off the Ukraine right now, dude. Their whole like guise of being a huge threat in the world is over. They are not a superpower anymore, man. The Russians are they've been completely exposed. If you think the Russians are still a superpower or they've got all this power, you are following for the same BS. They've never been that powerful. It was all a guise, but we all believed it. We all believed it through like the 50s, the 60s. I wasn't alive then, as much as you guys might be surprised. But the whole guise of Russia being this superpower with all these weapons, yeah, sure, they've got lots of weapons, but they're so outdated they can't even beat back the Ukraine. The Ukraine is more than a handful. They would not be able to fight a war. Like, people are worried about them, fighting a war against Latvia or something. There's no way Russia right now could fight a war on two fronts. It is just simply not happening. The whole guise of Russia is over. They are not the huge threat that they were like 50 years ago or whatever. So for people to be sitting there going, "Oh, we got to do this because Russia this, Russia that," no, Russia is not the superpower anymore. And that you got to take the sunglasses off here. I do not disagree with you, Dragoon. I do not like. It's not Russia I don't like. It's Putin that I don't like. Right? Like it's Putin that I don't like. I've met many friendly Russians, but it's Putin that is a piece of shit. And if you look at it from Russia's point of view, imagine how you would feel, Dragoon, if China decided to put nukes on the America's border like NATO is doing to Russia. They've got missiles right on the border of Russia. How would you feel if China put missiles in Canada? Like, you got to look at it from their point of view as well, right? They're probably, and again, I'm saying this as somebody who does not like Putin, but put yourself in their shoes. You've had your enemy building up forces on your border for decades, putting missiles along your border, acquiring more countries for your NATO alliance. And, how would you feel if other countries did that to the U.S.? We know how they'd feel because the Russians tried to do that with Cuba, and look how America reacted. That doesn't give them the right to attack the Ukraine, though. To be fair, Ukraine is getting funded by all of Europe. I think they were Lone War versus One. The war would have been over long ago. Probably Nixon, for sure. But, I mean, they're basically fighting the war by themselves, aside from being supplied with weapons. Right? Like, I don't know how many people from Denmarkian Steinian place is, I don't know how many people from Denmark have died in the war in Ukraine, but nobody is supplying them with troops. We wouldn't have missiles on Russia's border if they were not aggressive to begin with. We tried for decades to have de-escalation. I mean, Onobu, I don't know how old you are, but Russia or the USSR collapsed, dude, in like the 90s. Like they collapsed, dude. They haven't like rearmed or anything like that. Like their days of being like a super force are done. They weren't a threat to anyone anymore. But Russia also have military support from countries as well. They've got support from China, Iran. So they're being supplied with drones. Ukraine. Let's be honest. No, there's not a single person in chat that when that war started thought Ukraine would still be here today. Like, I think everybody was like, "Oh, Ukraine is fucked." There's not a single person. I don't even care if you're Ukrainian, and you know the Ukrainian people and how they fight. They're definitely a tough culture, but there's not a single person here that thought, "Okay, Ukraine's got this." I think Ukraine is on. As far as I know, only 2 Danishmen. So they probably went over there and volunteered then, maybe, or something, or maybe they were there visiting or something. Also, my wife is from Denmark. Such a nice place. Don't talk to Nixon that way. Do you think CCP should do a Plex for Palestine like they did Plex for Ukraine? Did they really do that, Gordon Ramsay's? Come visit. I will one day come visit, Nixon. It will take me 5 minutes to drive through your country, but maybe you and Guzu and I can go for a bite to eat or something. Russia has been absolutely embarrassed by Ukraine. Meanwhile, U.S. conducted 2 flawless operations in Iran and Venezuela with 0 casualties. Russia's military. It is, yeah, like literally, Russia is not a superpower anymore, guys. And the only thing that they have, the only thing that Russia has is oil and gas. They do not have any other major industries in Russia. Like their whole economy is built around oil and gas. And it's collapsing, and it's collapsing hard. What is propping them up right now is China is continuing to buy their oil. And see, and you'll notice, did you guys notice? Let's see if I can find a something that this is how crazy the news is these days. I don't know if I can actually let me just Google it. Here we go. What is this? U.S. captured a linked tanker after naval standoff. This here is a perfect example. The Americans are using this as an excuse that they've got, they've captured. See, we've got proof that the Russians are using this as a way to sell their oil. Blah blah blah. We've got to add security to Greenland. This is why we need Greenland. It's for our security. They're using like stuff like this, like capturing their Russian tanker, is as an excuse for why they need Greenland. That's why they went and captured it. Don't be fooled by this shit again. You guys were fooled by them attacking these fishermen's boats off of the coast of Venezuela, and now suddenly they don't talk about the drugs being the problem anymore. It was all about the oil all along. Don't fall for this stuff where they're talking about, oh, we needed to capture these oil tankers. This is proof that we need Greenland for security. They don't need Greenland for security. They've already got an American army base there. They want the minerals. Like, it's not the oil this time, it's the minerals. So, then where's all the cocaine, Dragoon? And why would they blow them up with a missile that costs like $100,000 or hundreds of thousands of dollars? Why would they not just like go over there with their boat and capture the guys and show proof that there was drugs on the boat? But what if it's in the Atlantic Ocean? What, you don't have ships in the U.S.? What are you talking about? You've got satellites that are following them, that are watching them 24 hours a day. You know exactly where they are with GPS. Like, you can pinpoint exactly where they are. You don't have ships in the U.S. Navy or anything that could catch these guys? Don't give me that, dude. They were deliberately not wanting people to see what was there. Yeah, but Dragoon, why not just capture the fishermen and the boats and show it? Look, here's all the fucking cocaine. Here's all the fentanyl. Why would you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a missile? Just drive the freaking boat over there, capture everyone, put it on full display, and explain why they're not talking about the drugs anymore, Dragoon. Why are they not talking about the drugs anymore? You think that the cartel, if there was all these big cartels in Venezuela, that suddenly they've stopped? There's not even any American army personnel in Venezuela anymore. Like the army boat, the fishermen boats could still be. You don't hear about it anymore, though. They're gone. They just don't talk about the boats anymore. What happened to these fishermen's boats? Sounds like Alodar wanted some cocaine. I think Trump's kid wanted cocaine. His coke delivery got seen. No, dude, we don't get our cocaine from Venezuela, dude. We get, straight from Colombia, dude. Are you kidding me? Coke is probably. I have no idea what it costs in Canada, to be honest. I had no idea what it costs. I think Trump went after Venezuela partly to secure oil, and I have a. Oh, partly. Did you miss? Did you leave? Dragoon, this is just proof that you left the conversation. Where did you go, Dragoon? Where did you go? I know you left. You went to take a shit or something like that. Of course that's what they went to Venezuela for, dude. Of course that's what they went to Venezuela for. Here's the catch, though. You remember when Trump was making his speech that, when they first announced that they went and they captured Maduro, whatever, and he started announcing, and then he blabbed about how all the oil, we got the oil, and he wasn't talking about the drugs anymore. It was, we got the oil, we've got control, blah, blah, blah. They stole our oil, we've got it back. Remember that first speech? It wasn't about drugs at all. People got fooled. They don't want to admit that they got fooled, but they got fooled. It was never about drugs at all. And on top of that, if you talk to like people that are in the oil and gas industry, I guarantee the first thing that he said when he made that announcement is he said, and you can go back and I'm paraphrasing here, but he basically said the oil companies are going to go in there and they're going to spend money to get the oil out of the ground. That's basically what he said. So you know what that means? He had actually had discussions with the oil executives before the attack. He discussed this with CEOs or whatever of these large oil companies, so that he basically worked out a deal that they'd go in and fix up this oil. But I'm also hearing that a lot of these oil executives, they don't want to actually go down there and get oil. They don't want to spend money on infrastructure and stuff down there because it's such a ridiculous area right now politically. Like, you don't know what's going to happen. You think that they're saying that it would cost over $100 billion to get their oil infrastructure up to even just double the output that they've got currently right now. And then it just costs more and more and more if you want to even try to go higher than that. So it's going to cost, according to reports, over $100 billion for them to get their oil infrastructure up, even doubling what it is now. And I think it's only a million barrels of oil a day, which is not a lot. That is not a lot, by the way. And to double it, because the infrastructure is so bad, they're going to have to spend about $100 billion in order to do that. What oil company is going to want to do that when they don't know what the political situation is going to be like in 5 or 10 years? So these oil guys are saying, like, none of that. You notice none of the oil guys have come out and said, hey, yeah, we're going to do that. Have any oil companies actually come out and said, yeah, we're going to go down to Venezuela and we're going to spend $100 billion to get this up? They're not stupid. They realize what the political situation is down there. They don't know what's going to happen in 5, 10 years. Why would they spend $100 billion to get the oil infrastructure up just to only double the oil that comes out and then have no guarantee that there's going to be, like, politically it's going to be safe for them? $100 billion, they could go invest that somewhere else in another part of the world and get oil, or they could buy another oil company and make far more money doing that. Same thing happened with Saddam. I mean, Saddam Hussein, yeah, it's security with our country. Like, we need to go down there because they've got nukes. They've got nukes in their country. We've got to go down there. And now what are they doing? They're pumping oil out of their country. There was no nukes. It's like they're repeating the same thing over and over again, and we've got people that actually, it's like they're deliberately not just processing the fact that this is the same script over and over again. Every time it's a national emergency, but it's never a national emergency. It's always for oil. Always. You said you're Trump talked to these ex. If it wasn't feasible, we wouldn't have gone to Venezuela. Razmir, if you were to go talk to oil executives, they are very good at basically putting on a salesman show or whatever. Like, they will tell you the world in order to get you to, like, to butter up to you, basically. They will tell you whatever you want to hear. I am not actually entirely positive that any oil company is going to go down there and spend a fucking dime. And I believe, is it Exxon or no, it's not Exxon. There's oil company. There's one that is owed like hundreds of billions of dollars.
Frozen out.
Hundreds of billions of dollars from the Venezuelan government that they never got paid for. They actually took the Venezuelan government or country of Venezuela to court because of these oil rights, won, and never got paid. And I don't think you're going to see them go down. But it wasn't Exxon; it was another oil company.
And love.
Let me look it up.
My heart just goes out to the family. There's certainly a mental illness in this country. peaceful protesting is one thing, but when you take a 2,000-pound vehicle towards a federal agent, you run the risk of losing your life. I mean, it's a deadly weapon.
No, it's a big
also
oil
under the
company,
category
too.
of
I can't
domestic
remember the name of it.
terrorism. And unfortunately, the left just propagates these ideas that you can do this. You may remember during the Summer of Love,
No,
when they
not
burned
Shell.
our cities for 80 days. They created this defund the police movement. How about go after the criminals and stop going after the people that are keeping us safe? And these officers, they have a job to do. And they're just doing their job. Can you imagine if you had a job to do and 50 people showed up, jumping on your cars and protesting and trying to put your life in danger? It's a very difficult situation. My heart goes out to them, but we are working hard to make our community safe.
You know, like look up like largest
well,
oil companies in the world.
I understand your message, but I do want to repeat the question here. We learned that the FBI is conducting this investigation. Governor Walz says that his state officials have been frozen out of this process. They are not able to see any of the case files and information. I'm curious, what is your take specifically on that? How would you feel if that scenario played out in your home? Yeah.
Well, I would say Governor Walz, I'm asking on him to resign. He's failed at every opportunity to lead. You've seen almost $9 billion in fraud in the Somali community. He's known about that since he's got elected. But for political purposes and trying to win elections, he did nothing about it. And it got worse and worse and worse. And talking with witnesses yesterday in Oversight Committee, it was career suicide. If you were a whistleblower, they would go after you, blackball you, and make it so you couldn't get a job. And so every opportunity he's had to leave.
A very large
and, emotions are high in Minnesota and across our country right now. And, Americans come up to me and say, I don't know if I'm paying taxes or paying criminals. And what a leader should do is lower the temperature. And when Tim Walz tells people he's going to turn the National Guard against federal agents, that's not lowering the temperature. When he tells people to get out there and protest, just like during the Summer of Love, when these people were setting buildings on fire with law enforcement officers in the building and barricading them and everything else like that, they used their money to bail them out of jail so they could continue to terrorize American citizens.
Congressman, you mentioned emotions being high and so many people are calling for transparency. And so I'll ask again, the FBI, according to Governor Walz, has frozen state officials out of this investigation. What is your take on that? And how would you feel if that scenario played out in your home state of Virginia?
Well, because then, we have good leadership, and they've got
Canada's the top three country in the world
due
with
process.
most oil. It is.
I listened to an officer yesterday talked about how.
In fact, it is the same oil that is in Venezuela, the exact same oil that's in Venezuela, same type of crude oil.
Once you get to the court phase, then you can look at the video. So, look, if they're doing something wrong, then we need to hold people accountable, whether they're Democrat or Republican or what. But we need to keep the American people safe, and we need to stop this leftist lunacy.
All right, Congressman John McGuire. Hey, thank you so much for your time, sir.
Awesome, thank you.
Jurors returning to the courtroom today in the criminal trial of former Uvalde school police officer Adrian Gonzalez. The judge in the case.
Whatever. What's that?
Executioner yesterday. That's very, very difficult to think that they were going to be fair.
Nome said the FBI would investigate, claiming the state had no jurisdiction.
So this is Euronews. Okay, it's over.
Russia launched nearly 100 drones into Ukraine overnight into Thursday, targeting energy infrastructure in the Dnipropetrovsk and Zaporizhia regions and triggering water and power outages.
It's crazy how drones have so quickly taken over.
Electricity in Zaporizhia gradually began returning by Thursday morning. But the situation in Dnipropetrovsk remained critical.
Like they've been talking about it for years, but it is. I think this war is the
still lacked water and heating, according to
first
officials.
war where drones have been used so excessively.
Critical services have been disrupted, with city hospitals across Dnipro partially operating on generator power. Public transportation,
just like Russia entirely,
and why
the people though?
School holidays in the region have been extended by a few days.
What have the Russian people done to you?
Ukraine are expected to drop below -10 degrees Celsius in the coming days. making
You know, the
power
Russian
and
people
heating
hate
outages
Putin as
even
well,
more
right?
difficult and dangerous for the population.
They agree with you.
The President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, and the President of the European Council, Antonio Costa, have traveled to Amman to deepen ties with Jordan and to pledge additional financial support to the country they see as a cornerstone of regional stability. Talks with King Abdullah II focused on the course of the same.
What is this? This is Champion of the Week. What is this? We back to what is this? This was a much smaller crowd. What is going on there? Oh, this isn't the ice facility though. This has got to be their parliament. Suddenly the crowd is huge.
To everyone else, look around.
Snow Latinas? I like Snow Latinas as well, man.
These are the people who are ready to stand up and take action to protect our neighbors and our city.
From Canada to join the U.S. is the 51st state. Do you think?
No,
it won't get any traction, dude. That is like an extraordinarily small percent of the population, and a lot of like propaganda, like bot media. That is just, and the problem with these waves of bot media is people use bots 99% of the time to like spread bullshit propaganda. And when you remember, was it a couple months ago or a month ago or whatever, when X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, allowed you to see where these accounts were being used from? Like overwhelmingly, most of these bots are from like, you know, somewhere in Africa or Asia or something like that. Like it's all just bullshit spread. I have a lot of like relatives and friends that live in Alberta, and overwhelmingly people do not want this. But there is a very small like you know, the what do you call it? I guess fake news, but media that just feeds off of like bullshit news. Like I'm not talking about like Fox News. I'm talking like even worse than that. Like we've got one called Rebel News here in Canada, and they are just, all they do is spread the most ridiculous shit in the world. And they are like, and they spread it like everywhere across the internet. You know, I'll show you my Twitter, dude. It is, I can go down Twitter, and like I live in Canada, so we go down my Twitter, and I guarantee you, like anything talking about Canada is like this ultra right wing, like anti-liberal, when overwhelmingly, like when they do polls with real live human beings, Mark Carney, our prime minister, is overwhelmingly popular. But then you will get people that absolutely hate him, or they're paid shills. Like this guy here is a Canadian journalist, real actual life person. But you know who he works for? American news companies. So a lot of our papers, like you know, the Vancouver Sun or whatever, they're owned by American news organizations, and they're like ultra right wing news organizations. So he's a shill for them, basically. Same as this, you know, like if I go down here, okay, well that's the video again, but basically anything that I see on Twitter is like, fuck this, you know, look at this. Look at this. What were we just talking about, dude? Republic of fucking Alberta. Like, this is a bullshit account. Yeah, they just want to outrage people. And this is, what the fuck is this? Come on. What the fuck is going? Okay, this is obviously AI, but come on, man. Anyways, what is this? Okay. But yeah, if you go down, Twitter is the worst thing in the world. Because you'll go through, look at this guy. This guy is just trying to make a name for himself.
No one can stop what is coming.
All he's doing is he's got a video on him and he wants hits on YouTube. Like this is what people are doing these days. They do this just for fucking hits on day. Listen to it.
We need to back up.
He's talking about how, listen, you motherfuckers, we just executed one of you yesterday. We're going to get the rest of you. Like, he's saying this, and ICE isn't going to do anything about it. They're just letting him talk, but he's talking about, listen, you left-wing piece of, we executed you. We're coming for the rest of you. He was spouting this off all day long on his microphone. And he knows that he's safe because if anyone attacks him, look who's standing right behind him. This is the problem, is you have these idiots that are, they do this and they're trying to instigate stuff, or they'll go somewhere and deliberately trying to instigate stuff so they can get a video of it. What just happened here? Holy shit. Oh, this is from a couple months ago, I think. This is from the facility in Portland. Like, and you look at Twitter, these aren't even people I follow. I don't follow I think she's actually pro-Canadian. But I don't even follow any of these people. This is just for you. What is for me? My for me is under who I'm following. Like, what is this for me shit? And even under here, what was this? Oh, Hassan Nabi. This is why you rarely see the average Twitter user outside. This is what they look like and sound like. They're not real. They're not the majority. Like, this guy is literally just going there for views. Here's our previous leader of our country getting it on with Katy Perry. Way to go, Justin Trudeau. Way to go, Justin Trudeau, man. She's worth like $1 billion. Watch the full video. I don't know his name, but he's literally there just for views. He's one of these guys. He's one of these, like, ultra-white right-wing content creators that are literally just making content to try and gain popularity. And they try to be as outrageous as they possibly can to get it, and they're doing it just for views. They will show up to wherever they can. They've got a camera, and they're just trying to get clickbait material. And that's basically all it is. And it's so easy for them to be an ultra right-wing commentator where they can just make up pure bullshit because they don't even have to try. Like, they just spout off complete nonsense. It's so much harder to actually try and have to argue with facts against somebody who is just spewing bullshit. And every time you throw facts at him, he just changes it and throws more BS to try and attack you. It's just nonstop, dude. Like, that is exactly what they're doing. A lot of these ultra right-wing content creators. This guy's an absolute whack job. See those 3 points? The flick. Oh, we're here. Now, I would be blocking accounts nonstop, dude. Like, I have blocked accounts. It's the algorithm, dude. They'll replace one account with 20 more. It's just the only way to get rid of it is to stop, actually stop communicating with those accounts. Like, and it's hard for me because I'm a political guy. Like, you should see the replies that I send to people. I can't help myself. I would have to literally just start communicating with sports teams and talk about sports, so it would change the algorithm for me. Am I Nick Fluentes fan? Dude, do I look racist to you? No. Nick Fluentes is a piece of shit. He's an absolute piece of shit. He said some things that, are not so right-wing from time to time. Like, he calls out Donald Trump or whatever, but that doesn't mean that he's not a piece of shit. He's an absolute piece of shit. Fluentes will spill you all the truth you need to know about who forces you to watch the content. Like, Nick Fuentes has said shit like women shouldn't be allowed to vote. Like the stuff that he said on Piers Morgan, we can watch that video and you'd be like, what do you think of Nick Fuentes? It was absolutely incredible. Highly recommend seeing. I don't know if I saw that segment. I try to not watch Nick Fuentes, to be honest. And I'm not going to say that he hasn't said a thing or two that I'm like, okay, but that still doesn't, there's lots of people in the world where I would overwhelmingly usually disagree with them, but maybe they say one thing and I'm like, okay, I kind of agree with that. That doesn't mean that he's not a piece of shit. Nick Fuentes is a piece of shit. Like, a completely, and he's, like I say a lot of these like really far right-wing content creators are spewing this crap out because they're just trying to get clicks. They make money off of it. Like they say, the more outrageous the shit that they say, the more clicks that they're going to get. So a lot of them are doing it just for money or whatever. But I think Nick Fuentes might actually be one of those crazy loons that is actually means what he's saying. Women shouldn't vote. Okay. He's totally sexist and prejudiced. You cannot defend Nick Fuentes. If he said pencil was whatever dull, I wouldn't believe him. I'd be like, no, it's probably sharp. Additional things, but I promise you, his diatribe about the context of black crime is on point. A broken clock is right twice a day. You can call him the names, but can't call him a liar. Who? Nick Fuentes? Dude, come on. He said some repugnant things, dude. Anyways, yeah, this is an example of Twitter. Like it's just Mizkif is even getting in on this. Like, gunfire. Oh, this is only an hour ago. Gunfire heard in I said we were going to cover Iran. I would like to really see the Iran regime fall. I don't know about this Shah's kid coming in and taking over. Apparently he just wants to see a transition where a democratically elected government can come into power, and he wants nothing to do with actually running the country. A lot of people might say that. What is this? From a video game? Oh. Minnesota Star Tribune has identified the ICE agent who fatal Minnesota as Jonathan Ross. So yeah, we were talking earlier. He is the same officer who was dragged and injured by a fleeing driver in a separate incident last year. So he went and smashed in somebody's car window to try to take control of the car, and the driver freaked out and drove away. And this guy got dragged along or whatever. He's got a history of violence, basically. So this was the dude that did the shoot. What is this? Does this look tough to you guys? Be honest. Does this look tough? Who the hell is Kyle Rittenhouse? Who is this guy? Towards Classic Plus, whatever. What is this guy? Is it just me, or is the smell of cigar smoke gross? I'm not. I think it's. I don't know. Just who smokes a huge cigar like this these days, anyways. The left is fueling the flames. Tim Walz is an absolute poser. I'm not a big fan of Tim Walz, to be honest. Like, is that honestly the best person you could find to run as your vice president? Like, literally the best option? Guy who mowed down a bunch of people during the... Oh, is that who he is? Okay. He tried to kill a bunch then. You know, the intention was there. I think that's really what matters. The intention was there. You can't say, "Oh well, he only killed one." He intended to kill dozens, dude. He only killed one, so you know, he's okay. He's okay. Anyways, this guy here, some of you guys probably know who Steve Lookner is, on Agenda Free TV. He does a really good cast. If you guys, if he ever comes on, he's actually really good. He tries to stay neutral. He just kind of reports. I wish I could do that. I like to have like back and forth, be able to disagree with people, talk about things. He doesn't really do that. He just kind of like spurts out what's going on. Doesn't really seem to ever give his opinion. I can't do that. I've got to be able to talk and say what I you know, how I feel. Vietnam veteran confronts federal ICE agents outside Whipple Federal Building in Minnesota. Trump indicted. He will not pardon. What? Not pardon Who is SBF? I don't know. Why would you use abbreviation? You guys know who Unusual Whales is, though, right? You guys know who Unusual Whales is? Look at that coat. Well, he's probably warm anyways. Time for the president to act like president for all of the United States. What do you guys think of that statement? What do you guys think of that statement? It's time for the president to act like a president for all of the United States. Yo, is this year over yet? No idea. Well, he's just saying instead of being a president just for a few select people, he should be a president for everyone. He made to us during the campaign. Do you not think that he's doing that, Anobu? Anobu, are you regretting your decision, your voting decision, or who you voted for? SPF is the FTX crypto guy. Who's SBF? SBF is the FTX crypto guy. Huh. Oh, is that the Chinese guy? I think I know who you're talking about now. You think he could be doing a much better job? Really? You think he could? Would you still make the same choice, Nobu? Would you still make the same choice? Let's see here. I don't know whether this guy here is a hockey commentator, like it's, but he does say some funny shit sometimes. To the 60 IQ Trumpers that fall off the 60 IQ online scams. Who will have 3 branches of government? Congress has sat their ass for a year. He will never can't be charged yet. What? I think he can be charged for. Oh, you're talking about the other guy. What do you think is going to happen in the U.S. if the Republicans lose the House and the Senate midterms? Do you think that Trump is going to accept the results? Like, if it comes back that he is overwhelmingly, like, lost the House and the Senate, do you think that he's going to accept the results? Or are you actually worried that he's going to say, no, we're not accepting this crap, we're taking control? 2028. I'm interested what you guys think. I know, but do you think he's going to accept the results, or do you think he's going to say, no, this is bullshit, we're not accepting this? Whatever happened to Tulsi Gabbard? Sidelined from the Venezuelan operation planning and was posting social media photos of herself on a beach in Hawaii as final preparations were being made. According to the Wall Street Journal, have they basically gotten rid of her? What happened? Like, she seems to... She on her way out? Like,
then she gets involved.
What kind of reporting is this? He talked about how the woman was in severe crisis. She lived a very sad and chaotic life. She was divorced. U.S. election system was a little old school and needed to come up with some modern times with modern security measures. I mean, I don't know, I don't know what you're expecting. Canada has an election, it's called, and the election happens 6 weeks later or something. And we go in, we show our ID, we fucking mark off the ballot in a little cardboard box area, and drop it into a little machine that counts it. What else do you need? I think that's how most countries do it, actually. Why is it so difficult for America to have actual elections? Why is there all these accusations of voter fraud? We don't hear about that stuff. It's so easy to cast your ballot. The U.S. has a lot of states can issue tons of IDs to a lot of illegals, for example. But I don't have a problem with them demanding that. I do find it weird that you don't have to show that. Actually, technically, there is a way that you can vote in Canada without having to show ID as well. But you have to have a bunch of go through some verification steps and stuff like that as to why you don't have ID, and somebody has to vouch for you, and then also has to go with a paper from the government to say, yes, this person actually is a citizen, but their wallet has been stolen or something like that. So, but it is crazy how every election, it's like there's accusations of fraud. It's and ballots being misplaced or shit like that. So that seems a little off, but let's see here. In a trade in hockey, Rome Odunze is playing for the Chicago Bears this weekend. See, here's that kid. I don't even want to read what you guys know who Grums is. You guys all know who Grums is, right? Former Blizzard developer. He was head of class of Vanilla World of Warcraft for a while. But he's become very political over the last little while. But he's one of those people that is a piece of shit. You know, he's the type of person that's been hiding in his fucking mother's basement or attic for the last fucking 20 years. And I feel like this guy is a perfect example here. He wants to finally be able to like act and feel like he's an alpha male of some sort. So now he feels like, you know, he can come out and just be a prick and try and be an alpha male. And, you know, they do this because they've never been able to do this before. Spout some shit off on a clip and then I guarantee you he's posted this to his personal like Instagram, you know, political ultra right wing account or something somewhere. Don't know who the guy is, but he's the one that's currently making the rounds. But all right, see you later, Liquid. Have a good one, man. I'll be streaming EVE Online later, Liquid. But I'll probably be doing this during the daytime for a little bit, and then EVE Online at nights. We'll probably be wrapping up actually pretty soon, anyways. Sanctuary states are allowed to let people in on the issue of IDs. You know what I actually wouldn't mind doing? Let me see if I can find something that. But what is going on?
Or to go to work in fear
This is like
being
protests
arrested
outside
at any
of.
moment and not returning home to our families.
Agents would respond, put somebody on the ground, maybe chase them a little bit, would take them into custody, but very often then the agents would then retreat and there would be a kind of a buffer distance between the protest crowd and the agents themselves who...
By the way, if you are into the political stuff, I will be posting my videos and YouTube clips and stuff like that on my new news YouTube channel. I want to keep my gaming and my news stuff separate. So if you want, feel free to go and there's the link to the Alodar News Network YouTube channel. That's where my clips will be. So if you're interested.
There are no confrontations. And then are there perhaps others who are initiating those?
Well, you do see that, and you see a mix of ages out here too, and you know, people that are standing back and trying to keep their distance. We've seen people, and I've heard them, you know, yelling, you know, don't take the bait, which is something that Governor Walz had said yesterday. Don't do anything that would instigate
I'd like to
then
cover
a
Iran.
forceful response from the federal agents here. So they're trying to tell other protesters, don't do that, but then you do see others.
I want to find out what's going on in Iran. Actually,
to
I meant to talk about that
especially
quite a bit today.
When they come out in the street, maybe when a vehicle is coming or going. But you know, we talked to somebody here, several people here, about that idea of trying to remain peaceful, trying not to give the agents a reason to react.
Absolutely. I think that's super important. Yeah, I mean, as you see, agent vehicles are driving by and you see a lot of people saying, don't engage, don't touch the car.
The dude Vince, yes, he definitely does agree with that.
We want to make our voices heard, but we absolutely do not want to add to what is already a firestorm.
I've never done anything like this in my life, ever in my life. This is my first time. I didn't know what to expect. When I came here, I was talking to my daughter. I said, I don't know if I should cry or what I should be feeling right now, but I'm glad that I'm here.
Yeah, so Rob, we just heard some of the feelings of some of the people there in the community protesting. Any indication as to how long they plan
was
to
Minnesota not one of the states that voted for Trump? Or were they one of the ones that actually went? I know there was a whole bunch of like swing states. Was Minnesota a swing state?
Showing up out here, so it continues. We've seen people leave, more people come in. So again, no indication that this is going to end anytime soon.
All right, Rob Olson reporting live tonight in Minneapolis. Thank you, Rob.
And right now, the Immigrant Defense Network is hosting constitutional observer training in Minneapolis. This is a live look at that training session. Constitutional observers are people who work to track ICE activity here in Minneapolis legally and safely. Our Maury Glover was at the training on Monday and is also there this evening. He'll have much more on this topic and what the training is for tonight at 9 o'clock.
And spiritual leaders are calling for accountability in the killing of Renee Good and the immediate removal of all federal ICE agents from Minnesota.
In memory of
Renee Good. And in the name of God, this cruelty must stop.
This goes against everything our country is supposed to stand for. It goes against what it means to have a safe.
It used to be based, now it's been in California. So was it a swing state or no? I could Google it, but I thought one of you guys would probably know.
Deserves justice. Yes. Her child deserves justice. Her family deserves.
Voter ID is just another way for government to track everything you do. Is it not common to have to like supply your ID when you vote in the U.S.?
And
like,
let them know.
I'm Canadian, dude. We have to. I have to show my ID.
Let them know.
Why would you not have to show ID to vote?
Investigated and prosecuted.
That I don't
and of course,
understand.
the story just doesn't end here. There are so many layers to this. So we have continuing coverage. On Fox9.com, you will find frequent live updates as well as in-depth interviews.
Yeah,
to
like
help you make an informed opinion.
Why is that a problem?
On what is going on where you live?
All right, we want to take a break from our coverage to check in on the weather situation right now,
which seems to be temperature-wise.
What is
nice, right?
Like, okay, can you explain? Can you explain to me how an illegal alien like is able to get ID that allows them to actually vote? Like, they have to show ID, right? Or they don't have to show ID at all. Like, can I just go across the border during election and vote for someone?
what do we have a shot of behind us?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
That's Red Wing.
Oh, it just looks different. Well, is this a different angle?
Well, yeah, if you swing at 180 degrees, then we see the mighty Mississippi.
I'm going to do that.
But
I'm going to go across the border and I'm going to vote. I'm going to be an illegal immigrant for like 2 days and just go vote for someone.
Voice of God right
Nixon,
now.
you want to come?
You need to come over here.
You haven't shown ID. How does that work?
Good evening. You know, a little rain.
Like, how do you not have to show ID? Like, how do they know that you're, like, can I just...
Yeah, we'll just have a little chat.
Can I just drive down to Washington State and vote?
Sunshine tomorrow night. There's like a few flakes late tomorrow, but nothing in the way of accumulations. Then we'll drop temperatures, I'm sorry, for the weekend.
Yeah, how do they know if you don't vote multiple times?
Before
They can
we go
just,
right
like,
back into the upper 30s
go
next week,
back
you're
into
welcome.
line and vote again.
See, I mean, I apologize. I do this all in one breath.
I know.
That's what we have to do, Vince. I have to show my ID in order to get
a
voting
just
slip.
grab a seat and hang out for a little bit. If things are
And not only that, not only do I have to show my ID, I have to go to a specific polling station in order to do it, and they've got my name, like they've got everybody's names down, and then they cross my name out. Like I can't vote a second time. Like, how does that work? You guys don't keep track of who's voting or not? That is weird. I think there should be a fingerprint scan. I mean, I don't know. I think your ID's good enough. Like, what if you don't have fingers? What if you don't have fingers, man?
We are brokenhearted, but we are strong.
Well, we have vote by mail as well, but you have to like request the ballot by mail, and then only like it can only be used once. Like it's not like you can get like multiple ballots. They're not going to send you 10 of them. And even if they did, if you sent 10 in, they've got your name. They'll just mark it off once. And if you try and send in more, first of all, number one, they won't mark it, and number two, you'll be caught with like voter fraud. Like. Why is it so hard to run elections in the U.S.? It seems every other country has figured this out. Saliva, urine sample, you know, you want all of it or just one of them, Mike? The left is against voter ideas because people are so stupid and incompetent that they can't get ID. Are the people gullible enough to vote blue? You think the people on the left are the dumb ones? You think it's the people on the left that are the ones that are voting that are dumb? Yeah, they're the ones that typically have, you know, second or post-secondary education, degrees, higher level of education. Having a degree doesn't make you smart. No, but it probably makes you smart enough to actually know how to get a fucking piece of ID. If you can figure out how to look up a book in a library, you can figure out how to get a piece of ID. Here's an interesting take. There are definitely some stupid people on both sides, Mike. That's why I was surprised by the comment. There are definitely some dumb people. We were talking about this earlier, and I don't know if Dragoon was here for that part or not. But there are definitely some issues with the deliberate lack of education. And I'm not saying that about you, but I know there's going to be Americans that are offended by that comment. But you should be pissed off. Americans should be absolutely furious about how education has been like so poorly delivered to the population of the country. Like, you should be furious at how literally ignorant people are in the US. And I think a lot of people will hear that and they'll be like, "Oh, dude, you're just, stay the fuck out of here. It's none of your business, blah blah blah," type of thing. But you should be freaking angry. And I think we have actually have a lot of intelligent people in chat. I think overall, a lot of people that are watching on Twitch are somewhat more educated than maybe the regular population. But you can't just look around when you like the stuff that comes out of people's mouths. It's just like just go watch a rally. Like, some of the stuff that people say at rallies, it's crazy, guys. Like, you guys, you should be angry at this shit. Like, why do we have so many poorly educated people? And Trump's very, very infamous quote, "I love the poorly educated." Why does Donald Trump love the poorly educated, Dragoon? Because they vote for Trump a lot of the time. I love the people reading people fight in communities on Instagram. It's entertaining, dude. I just get angry. Man. The average person just wants to live their life without having to deal with bullshit. The left and the right should just agree, and the less the state encroaches on your life, the better. I think what people need to understand, and you guys all need to understand this, when you're listening to someone like Elon Musk or, these ultra rich billionaires talk about what's best for you, they're not talking about what's best for you. They're talking about what's best for them. They don't give a rat's ass about you. If they gave a rat's ass about you, they would say, "You know what? I'm worth $600 billion. I don't need $600 billion. If they give a rat's ass, they'd be like, "Here, I'm going to actually pay taxes and give back like $200 billion to help." They don't give a rat's ass about you. When they talk about what's best for you, what they actually mean is what's best for them. Odd that they can't see the similarities between ice and... dude, Teresa, thank you. I was actually thinking... I was in a conference or a call with another gentleman. He's very into politics as well. I want to have him join the show at some point in the future. I'm not going to say who it is until he decides he's going to come on the show. But I said the exact same thing to him. This shit that is going on is very Gestapo-like. And there's going to be people that are be like, "Oh, this is, bullshit, blah, blah, blah." If you take a look at the stuff that the Gestapo did back in the Gestapo, for you guys don't need a fucking history lesson, but some of you might. The Gestapo was created in 1933, 1934. And it was basically Hitler's police force that went around and were deliberately like causing hell in cities and in communities and stuff like that, and basically they were his thugs. And in some ways, the ICE agents are very similar to the Gestapo. They do the exact same thing. They go into communities that are They're causing a disturbance. They're threatening people. They're raising hell. They're scaring the shit out of people. They're grabbing people and throwing them in jail with really nothing but accusations. Like it's crazy, some of the similarities, man. I don't know how, dude. You don't know how. Like if I was to read you off a list of things that the Gestapo did, and then at the end of it said, "Oh, sorry, I was actually talking about ICE." Like, it is amazing the similarities between the two. And now they've killed American citizens as well. They arrest people on suspicion. They make up bullshit to say why they arrested someone when they actually had no legitimate reason to arrest people. They overstep their bounds. Like, they go into communities and scare the hell out of their citizens. Am I talking about the Gestapo or ICE? It's actually hard to tell. It's actually kind of crazy, the similarities between the two. And as an American, you guys should actually all be pissed off. Because this is the stuff that you guys grew up, like, talking about how you guys were you guys were the country that saved everyone from fascism. You guys are the country that fought everybody with this shit. And now that it's happening in your own country, why are you not furious, man? Why are you not pissed that this stuff is happening? Like, it is. That's why the whole world is so shocked. It's not because we hate America. It's because we are shocked that it is happening in America, of all places. How is this happening? Dude, this is not self-defense. Where is the... I'm sure I'll hit the video somewhere. She literally waved at the ICE agent to drive by her, dude. She waved at him and yelled out of her car, "Just go past me." There was no reason for them to even get out of their fucking car. Like, no reason to get out of their car at all. Here, hold on. I think I've actually got it on here. We looked at this at the beginning of the stream. We were doing a full circle here. Look at this. This is her vehicle. We're going to zoom in here just in case there's any other old people. She can't go anywhere. There's a police officer standing right behind her vehicle. She literally can't go anywhere. This is another ICE agent or police car. You can see from a different angle that the car's got its lights on. So, like everybody is trained to do when they go through driving school, if a cop's got its lights on, you stay parked and let them go around you. That's what she did. So she sat there and waited for them to go around. Look at the timeline. This is a 17-second video, dude. A 17-second... Oh, hold on. You guys can't even see it. Let me start again. I'm frustrated now. Anyways, this video that you're saying it was in self-defense, check this out. 17 seconds. This vehicle here on the left is another ICE agent or police car. And another angle, you can. I think this is the same car. You can see its lights actually on. So she was trying to do a U-turn on the road and saw that this cop was leaving, had its lights on. So she stays still, and a cop is standing right behind her. It's not like she can floor it and go in reverse. By the way, this cop that is right behind her, that felt so threatened by her, is actually the cop that shot her. Check this out. So she's sitting there. She can't go anywhere. You can see her arm waving to tell them to go past. So you can see the arm moving, like she's waving them, go around, go around, go around. Now, as they're going past, she's going to pull out behind them and then puts on her brakes. Puts on her brakes. Check this out. Hold on. This video is... I don't want to copy the freaking video address. Anyways. So you can see that she's waved them around. She was going to pull out afterwards and sees that there's another cop car with its lights on. As it goes by, suddenly the other cop car she can see, because she couldn't see through the car, she puts on her brake and she's like, okay. So she waves them to go around as well. You can see her arm waving to go around. Waving them to go around. And instead, they decide, no, we're going to be dicks. Now, this is at the 5-second mark. They come to a stop. 5 seconds into the video, they decide, no, instead of going around and leaving like she's saying, go around, she's yelling out her window, go around, just go around. She's waving her arm. She's not trying to, get in their way. They decide to get out of their car, and within 10 seconds, she's fucking dead. She's dead in 10 seconds, dude. Are you serious? This is self-defense? They instigated this. They like, what are you talking about, man? She told them to go around. She stood in the middle. She's not in the middle. Dude, what is this? This vehicle went around, dude. Like, she's waving at them to go around. When you're driving a car, dude, and you see a cop car that is driving like in your direction, and they've got their lights on, you know that they're wanting to get past you. What are your options to do, especially when you have somebody a cop that's standing right behind you? Do you go in reverse and hit the cop? No, you don't do that. Do you pull out in front of them, thus blocking them so that they can't get out fast enough? No, you don't do that either. You leave the lane open, which they obviously did because this person is left right there. She moves 6 inches, and we know how far 6 inches is, don't we, guys? She moved 6 inches, slammed on her brakes because she saw a second car going. She's waving at them to go by. They decide for some reason to stop and not go by, get out of the vehicle, and instead of de-escalating the situation, they absolutely escalated the situation. And look at this. We're going to go from 5 seconds. It went from her politely saying, go around, waving like a polite person did. We'll go back to 5 seconds. Within 10 seconds, she's dead. Like, that is absolutely ridiculous that they escalated the situation like this.
No! Shit!
Within 10 seconds, she's dead. Are you kidding me? Like, that is absolutely insane if that is your defense for this. Instead of 15 seconds, you asked to back up. She couldn't even back up. There's a cop right behind her. There's a cop standing right behind. And you know what? People are saying, oh, she was a threat. She was a threat. If she was such a threat, why isn't this cop doing something about it? This cop, who's the cop that eventually shot her, by the way, this cop didn't feel threatened by her at this point. Otherwise, he would have done something. He would have been standing over here saying, hey, get the hell out of here. But he didn't do anything. This cop didn't find that she was a threat, so she obviously wasn't being threatening. She wasn't doing anything to deserve these guys having their little roid rage moment or whatever it was. Like, why is this guy not standing over here and yelling at her, get the hell out of here? He's not doing that. Watch what he does. He walks around here to the other side before there's even a situation. He's walking over there because this is his vehicle. He's heading over there. This person here's not a threat at all. Nothing is going on with this person until these dipshits decided to get out of their vehicle instead of going around the vehicle, and they totally escalated this situation unnecessarily. Get out of their vehicle. The dipshit driver decides to have a roid rage moment or something like that. Finally, he's an alpha male. I'm going to show them I'm a tough guy. I'm not actually a police officer. I'm not fully trained or capable of doing this job. Starts flipping out on her. She's probably scared crapless because all she's trying to do is turn around. So she's like, what the hell is going on? And then she barely taps the gas pedal. Like, it's not like she floors it to try and drive over somebody. And the guy shoots her. Are you kidding me? That there is no defense, dude. Who deserved to be shot? There's no defense. Like, it's 17 seconds. Like, here. Look at this. Lets them go. She puts on her brakes. Puts on her brakes to let them go past. You can even hear her saying, go around, go around. She's waving at them. Like, what is this escalation for?
No! Shit!
What is the escalation for? Are you kidding me? How many times do you want to watch this before you realize they could have just driven around her and there wouldn't be 3 kids without their mother today? Like, how do you defend this? Like, at this point, can we honestly say that, like, this stopping here and escalating the situation was definitely the wrong move? Terzo, dude, we went over this video earlier. Any trained police officer will tell you the first thing that they're trained to do in cop school is de-escalation. They are literally trained how to do this. If you cannot like handle, and then we had people in chat that were trying to make comments like, do you realize the crap that they have to go through, blah blah blah, they get spit on, blah 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 blah. Yeah, that's part of the job, unfortunately. That's unfortunately part of the frickin' job. And if you can't handle that without shooting an innocent person, you should stop doing the job. Like, that is not an excuse to pull somebody over and shoot them. This is Gestapo crap. This is literally Gestapo crap. And all of you Americans that are in the chat, you should be pissed off that this is happening in your country, that these people are going around to communities, scaring the hell out of people for literally nothing, and Trump is basically using them as his hired thugs. That is literally what Hitler did with the Gestapo. You should be furious that this is happening in your country. Absolutely furious. He's not a cop, he's an ICE agent. Okay, so should he even be allowing himself to be in this situation, Klept? Does that mean that he should still have shot the person? Like, are you trying to excuse this in some way? Like, if he's not trained in this situation, he shouldn't have gotten out of the vehicle. Did someone in an SUV try to run over Hitler? Probably not. Were there SUVs back in the day? It was Volkswagen making SUVs? She died, believing the killing was immoral, and still completely support ICE and the continued removal of illegals by force. She's not an illegal. She's a citizen. What are you talking, dude? She's an American citizen. ICE has like I don't even know if they have any jurisdiction here. Like, she's an American citizen, dude. Like, they're immigration. She's a citizen. Like, the fact that they even got out of their vehicle was the first mistake. If she doesn't want to follow the rules so well, so if somebody, what if you are caught speeding? Should a cop be able to just come up and shoot you? Hey, listen, dude, sorry, man, you didn't follow the speed limit. We killed you. Are you serious? You didn't follow the rules? You've never broken rules before, Klept? You're the only person I've ever met in my life that has never broken rules before. You think that you should be shot for it? Let's shoot jaywalkers. Let's shoot, you know who we need to shoot? We need to shoot the bots, the people that buy gold for World of Warcraft. Let's, like, come on, dude. You can't honestly say, oh, she didn't follow the rules, she should get shot. Like, what kind of honest mentality is that? She negligent, dude. She was going like 2 kilometers an hour. Settle down. Like, the guy could have taken a nap and woken up and still gotten out of the way. He could very easily have just taken it. And second of all, she had her wheels turned to the right because she was trying to not hit him. Look at the wheel, dude. Look at the wheel right here. She's deliberately, like, not wanting to hit him. And second of all, cops who, if they're not trained in this situation, they shouldn't be dealing with this shit. Like, period. If it's due to lack of training, then fine. But they shouldn't be dealing with this crap. Because a cop would have just shot out the tires. or would have reported the license plate number, and they would have caught her later. Nixon, you definitely should be shot for that, man. Who eats a second piece of pork chop, man? Why would we want someone like that on the streets? What, she's got no criminal history. She's a mother of 3. Why would you want someone like that on your streets? Dude, are you serious? Like, have you never, like, sped or accidentally, like, gone through an intersection that you shouldn't have? Or, you know, like, accidentally gotten into an accident? Look at the situation that she's in, dude. She's a single woman, and suddenly she's got these alpha males that are like screaming down her neck. She's probably scared shitless for no reason. She's probably scared to death. She didn't try to run over a cop, dude. She clearly had her wheels turned to the right. You can see it there. And the cop is standing here. She was deliberately trying to miss him. Come on, dude. She wasn't deliberately trying to run over a cop. Like, that is... Being an American, she knows how trigger-happy the cops are and give them a reason to shoot. Probably wasn't the smartest thing to do, obviously. Yeah, but look how fast... Dude, look how fast this happened, Mike. This happened in 10 seconds. 10 seconds from the moment... Look at it. It's at 05... 10 seconds from this point, and you can actually hear her in the video. Listen, you can hear her in the video say, go around. Go around. At 3 seconds after they stop, she said, just go around. They've got their lights on. She's like, they're cops. I'm stopped here, so I'm not blocking them. You can clearly see there's enough room for them to get around. We know that because somebody else just drove around them. And she's like, go around. They've got their lights on, and you're trained as a driver not to block them. So she didn't pull out afterwards. That's why she immediately slammed on her brakes after the first person went through them or went past her. Look at this. As soon as she sees the cop car, boom, puts her brakes on so that the cop car could go by them. Like, what did she do wrong here? What did she... What do you mean this is far from peaceful? What did she do wrong? Dude, what did she do wrong? She literally was wanting the cop car to drive by her. She was turning around because the traffic was jammed up the other way. She couldn't go in reverse because this cop that eventually shot her was standing behind her. So she couldn't go in reverse. What did you want her to do? She saw the cop car with its lights on, and she stopped the car so they could go around her and leave, like you're trained to do as a driver, and you're making up excuses for why are they getting out of their vehicle, and 10 seconds later she's dead. And she is a legal citizen. What does ICE have to do with them? Yeah, a guy charged at her. You're a single woman. Guy charges at her. Get the fuck out of the car. You're scared shitless? Like, come on, man. You can't. Who almost ran over an ICE agent. Dude, she was barely moving. This is what the ICE agent had to do to defend himself, Klept. I'm gonna show you an example, okay? Did you see that? That's literally what he would have had to have done. He would have literally just had to move one step to the side while she was driving 2 kilometers an hour to get out of the way. And I mean, okay. And you know what? Here, Klept. Here. Where's the cop now? He's on the side of the car. And he's still shooting at her. Is he still being threatened by her? Is she still a threat to him right now? And yet he's still firing point blank at her head. Like, there's 2 more shots that he fires from the side of the vehicle while she's passing. I'm not putting enough blame on Renee. I'm not saying that she did everything that like she could have, but she didn't do anything that deserved her getting shot. Like you cannot convince me for a second that she did anything at all during this entire incident that required a cop to pull out his gun and shoot her. Did she do everything right? No, she didn't. Sure. But for a cop to pull out his gun and shoot the person, that is more than excessive force. Like, absolutely ridiculous to suggest that he needed to pull out his gun and shoot her twice from the side of the vehicle, point blank range to the side of the head. Ridiculous. Dragoon, shut up with your it's not murder shit. He pulled out a gun and shot her. And it will probably be deemed not illegal because Trump will make sure that he doesn't get like, seriously. If a cop did this like anywhere else, that's murder, dude. Like cops will get charged for murder for this shit. Sorry that having more U.S. legal knowledge than you upsets you. It's not about, dude. I mean, cops can't just go around and shoot people, dude. They can't just go around and shoot people. And your reasoning for it is not like legal. The whole reason that you spouted off was that they had to be in a life-threatening situation, and he wasn't in a life-threatening situation. Period. End of story. You can't just say, well, I felt threatened, therefore I shot the person. Why not just wait for an investigation of this officer? He will most likely be held for trial for murder, but it will take like 12 to 18 months. I don't believe that under this administration on Obu that he'll be tried. That's why, and that doesn't mean that he's innocent. It just means that this administration is allowing ICE to basically do whatever the fuck they want. Kind of like the Gestapo, by the way. Like, kind of like the Gestapo. Is this GTA or is this real life? Like, yeah, is this like that roleplay server GTA where you can just like go around and kill people and spend 20 minutes in the jail cell and then you get out and you do the same thing again? Like, this is real life, guys. Real life, and somebody like flew off the handle, lost his temper, and shot a woman. He'll be tried in the next Dem administration, just like the DOJ was ready to use. Dude, if he's already been tried and let off, I don't believe that they can actually even try him a second time. I was in an armed conflict zone, not in downtown Vancouver, Terrozo. Klept, it doesn't. I get what you're saying, Klept, but that still does not give him the right to pull out his gun and shoot somebody, dude. Like, come on, man. You can't have cops just saying, well, you know, you have to actually have like a life-threatening situation. Like, you can't just decide, fuck it, I'm going to shoot the person. I'm having a bad day. You know, she's got her vehicle rolling at me about 2 kilometers an hour. Like, dude, 10 seconds. She went from this, where they could have just driven around her, to dead in 11 seconds, actually. At the 16-second mark, she's dead. The guy's already, like, she's dead at this point. He's shot her twice already. 3 times. Alodar, 4,000-pound vehicle accelerating you isn't a threat. Dude, she was going 2 kilometers an hour. Like, she was literally turning so that she would not hit him. Jesus, man. A vehicle coming at me at 2 kilometers an hour? No, I'm sorry, that's just not a threat. That's not a threat, dude. Jerome was fooled with liberal leftist AI video edits. I mean, Alodar. Point stands. You don't even know who you're talking to. Dude. I got hit by 2 vehicles at a higher speed. Dude, I got hit by somebody with a road rage. I didn't pull out a gun and shoot the guy. Sounds insane. Should not be near a weapon. Exactly. Like, if this guy has got such, like anger issues like this, they should not be police officers. Because I don't have a gun? I didn't do anything to him, though. Some cops would have done like they were Rambo. Some would have stood their ground and been speed bump. He did a mix of both. Yeah, but they're trained not to do that, dude. They're Sir Brewski. They're literally trained in training not to do this. Police officers are literally trained to de-escalate the situation and not have this happen. Not have this happen. But you have a bunch of thugs running around who have no training in this matter, and as a result, we have someone that's dead. They're ICE officers. But my point is even magnified by that point. If they're ICE officers and they're not trained to deal with these situations, they shouldn't be dealing with these situations. That's the problem. Real cops are trained to de-escalate the situation. These guys aren't trained to deal with this situation, and as a result, somebody flies off the handle and now somebody's dead because of it. If they're not trained to deal with these sorts of situations, they should not be in these sorts of situations. Iverson, I'm this close, dude. I'm this close, man. Enough. Calling him a bunch of thugs. What do you want me to call them, dude? It's blatantly rude and disrespectful? I'm the one being rude and disrespectful. They shot someone and I'm the one being disrespectful. This guy shot a mother of 3, like, completely unnecessary, and I'm the one that's being disrespectful. I think the problem, Dragoon, is you should probably be a little bit more pissed off about this situation. Like, honestly, dude, I'm being disrespectful. This lady got shot in the head for basically nothing. Like, absolutely no reason at all, and I'm the one that is being disrespectful. The mother was a tyrant. She was never part of of my guild, dude. She was never part of my guild. Ever. I'm not saying that what she did on every level was correct. Like, could she have just gotten out of the car? Sure. I'm not denying that. But even the fact that she didn't does not give them the right to shoot her. Everyone to accept that you may not know as much as you do about everything as you feel that you probably do. No, I feel like I have my opinion and you have yours, and you're just wrong. It's uneducated versus civil people. Teresa, you said you were in the Canadian. Do you mind if I ask you what part of the armed forces you were in? I don't know if it's confidential or whatever, but it's not like I can look up who Teresa is. I was just curious. I've got a friend that works First Nova Scotia Highlanders. I'm going to be honest, I'm completely ignorant as to what that even is. Like, did you run around with swords and chop each other's heads off or something? Well, what the hell? What is the First Nova Scotia Highlanders? Yes, he did. No, I'm joking with him, but are you live in Nova Scotia then, or? Another viewer of the stream is in the military, and she worked like on sonar stuff like that. So he did 46 years in the Canadian military. Oof. Don't you have almost 400 million people? Things like this will happen. He will go to jail for it. I don't think he will go to jail for it. I don't actually have any expectations that he's going to spend a day in jail. And that the dude Vince is right. That is the problem. He won't spend a day in jail. I'm in Vancouver, Teresa. I don't know if you knew that or not, but I was actually at one point thinking about joining the Canadian military. But in the 3 seconds it took for the officer to decide he was going to draw and shoot, no reasonable judge or lawyer would think, why did you ask the nice metal box stop while you check? Sir Brewski, that's not what they'll be asking, though. That's not what they'll be asking. They will basically look at the situation and determine whether or not she was actually a threat to him or not. If he gets charged, we were talking about this earlier, it will be manslaughter. Manslaughter, I think, probably. But at the very least, he's got to be pulled out of duty, right? Like this guy cannot be continuing to work. Have I shown the Iranian protest? We did for a bit. We can swap to that if you guys want, but felony for murder, Trump can not pardon him because he has no authority over state charges, only federal. Oh, I didn't even think about that, actually. Now the thing is I'm wondering if he's even a resident of Minnesota, as I believe a lot of these ICE agents roam around the country. And if he's not, like, can Trump stop the him from being extradited from one state to the other? No, the George Floyd killer was an actual like state cop, Nixon. So the ICE agents are different. They're a federal agency, whereas I believe the cop that killed George Floyd was a state officer. He was like a state policeman or something. So no, Mike, he's not. He's asking a valid question because he's from he's from Denmark and probably doesn't understand that he's a federal cop and not a state police officer. I mean, Tanya Young was a pregnant black woman. A cop got in front of her and feared for his life when she was even questionably drove. I don't know honestly the case about her. Sir Brewski, I'll take you for your word, but I haven't seen that case, so I'm ignorant about that situation. Legal and illegal or different from right and wrong. The cop did everything wrong. Shouldn't have put himself in front of the car by any means. But I mean, he's an ICE agent. And this is part of the problem that we've been talking about. He's not a properly trained cop. Properly trained cops are taught to de-escalate situations like they're taught not to approach the vehicle from the front, as you're trying to point out. Right? Like these are not properly trained police officers to deal with these situations. And this is what happens when you have people that are improperly trained or not even trained at all. And this is the result. Do you think that this would have been the result if it was actually like Minnesota State police officers who are trained to not approach vehicles from the front or from the like directly behind? And you have one that goes up one side and one that goes up the other? Like, they're properly trained in these situations. And that's the problem. If they're not properly trained to deal with these situations, why are they? Why are they? It will be for state charges of murder. In our laws, murder is a state felony. Then is it always a state felony? I mean, if it's because wasn't what's his name that killed Charlie Kirk? Weren't they wanting to bring federal charges against him? I don't think because if it's like a political, I guess if it's a political murder, then it's considered federal. I think in the U.S. I don't think the federal government can stop but conflict of laws, and it gets complicated. I guess it also depends on where he lives. Although, I mean, he could just run off to a state where they wouldn't. Can I get a link to this video? This one here? Yeah. There you go. It's if it happens on federal property. So why is the Charlie Kirk, I don't believe they actually ended up charging the murder of Charlie Kirk with federal charges though, right? I think they were talking about it. But did they not? I forget if they charged him or federally or if it was just state. You know it, clap your hands. If you love aloe and you know it, clap your hands. There's actually a bunch of new never mind. I get that, Alodar. I'm not disagreeing you that ICE isn't trained, but I also am simply saying that it was sadly the woman's choice that got her there. She should have never been in it, but yes. But okay, Sir Brewski, I understand what you're saying, but cops, like if you're not a cop, that doesn't like give you like reason to be able to kill someone. You still killed someone. He might not get charged with murder, but he might get charged with manslaughter. And it wasn't like it was an accident, like he accidentally killed her. He killed her deliberately. You know, he made the choice to kill her deliberately. He misjudged the situation and just determined this woman, you know, he got angry basically and pulled out his gun and shot her. Hey, thank you for the follow, man. Or Area is not here. Ari might be a female, so regardless, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Being ex-military is considered merit to work in law enforcement in the U.S. As I stated before, a lot of the ex-military and law enforcement do have PTSD and will react like this in stressful situations. Then they shouldn't be in law enforcement. Like, right? Like that. like that does, like somebody was making the point earlier. Yes, you can ask me about the Iran situation. I would like to talk about the Iran situation, actually. Like someone was making the point earlier. I can't remember who it was. I'm going to blame Dracoon, but he was making the point that these officers go through really, they've got a really stressful job, and I don't doubt that. I've worked with a lot of police officers over the last number of years, both as a manager of one of the like more popular nightclubs here in Vancouver, but also my last job, I worked with a lot of officers, had to talk to them all the time. I've seen the shit that they go through. I understand that, but that doesn't mean that it's an oops. He just couldn't handle his job one day and shot someone. Like that's not a valid excuse for, oh shit, the guy has a stressful job and oh shit, he pulled the trigger and killed someone. Exact time he shot through the windshield, the vehicle is turning to the right and not running. I know. I mean, you can clearly see. Whoops. Like here, the wheel's turning right, and she's barely moving. Extensive overhaul of the recruitment process and the psych evaluation to deal with this problem. It is a massive problem. Like, too many people are dying for ridiculous things, like just random traffic stops, and people are dying. Sign them because they can waiver early retirement for mental psych conditions since the VA pays them. What do you think of the Iran government? I can't stand them. I have a lot of Persian friends, and I would like to see the Persian government collapse, or the Iranian government collapse. I mean, we can talk about that for sure. Let me get back here. That is moving quite fast. Hold on. What do you think of the Iran government? Do you think they are collapsing? And if you think it's a good thing or a bad thing, I think it's a good thing. I would like to see. I know a lot of Iranian people here in Canada, and a lot of them have family back home. Iranian people are like extraordinary. They're extraordinarily friendly, but they're also extremely well educated. And so, like, I would like to see their government collapse personally. I would like to see the elections happen. I don't know if this Shah guy that is saying all the right things, the Shah's son, I guess he's the crown prince or whatever. I don't know that he's the right guy to lead the country, but he's said that he doesn't want to lead the country. He just wants to lead them into elections, and then he wants to step aside. The other front camera angle, you can see the car is making contact with him, by the way. Not sure if you've seen it. I have seen it. But, I mean, like, come on. I mean, I've been hit by cars harder than that, dude. I didn't pull up my gun and shoot the fucking person. In fact, I hit someone with a golf cart going about 20 kilometers an hour. Guess what? I didn't get shot for it. Like, come on. Do I have a gun? No. I think it's second-degree crime of passion. Was she cheating on the cop's gay lover or something? What do you mean it's a crime of passion? I know what you're talking about. I'm just joking around, but you can kill someone with a gun without meaning to kill the person, dude. He shot. What? Hold on. What am I missing here? Espion, we'll be getting to EVE Online in not too long. I know you cannot wait for EVE Online, but I want to spend a few hours doing news commentary and then move on to EVE Online for like a second stream during the day. So when you see me leave the just chatting section or turn the stream off, just know that I'll probably go for something to eat and then come back and we'll start playing EVE Online. A lot of Americans and Canadians can't own guns. There are a lot of guns in Canada. If you don't think that there's a lot of guns in Canada, I don't know, like, they seem to think that Australians can't have guns either. It's crazy. This piece it was a discussion of manslaughter versus murder. It's just that chat is going by so fast, Raz. I can't read. Come on. Don't blame me for my slow reading. Let me go back and actually... turning to the right. Raspberry is saying that, okay, the difference is and manslaughter is did not intend to kill. This isn't manslaughter, it's murder. Okay, this is true. Like, he intended to kill her. There's no doubt. She would have done well. I mean, her Honda Pilot isn't exactly a specialized vehicle to drive on these icy roads here at Crowvale. He's not having a gun on a golf cart, that's for sure. I actually fucking smoked this guy in a golf cart. Like, he literally went right through the front of the golf cart and landed where the golf clubs were, and I'm not kidding you. I nailed this guy. And it wasn't on purpose. I shouldn't have been driving the golf cart. I was like 14 or something. American gun per capita is 1.2 per person. Canada's 1. I mean, okay. Only what, like 15 million Canadians have guns than Terzo. Like, that's still quite a few guns. The problem is you have a lot of Americans that have like 50 guns. You know, like you have some Americans that have 50 guns. I guarantee you there's people in this chat that will tell you they've got 5. Right? Whereas Canadians will tend to have like 1. You know, how many of you guys in chat, we've only got like 20-ish people in chat. How many of you have more than 1 gun? Like, you have people that have bunkers in their backyards. You know? One of each type, yeah. Do you mean one of each type? Half a dozen, exactly. You know, and they're all fully loaded. In case you run out of ammo in one, you can quickly grab another one and keep firing, right? So I own 9. I've never even I'm not kidding you. I've told this story many times on chat. I've never seen a gun in my life unless it's with a cop. Ever. Most rural Canadians have multiple. Go get a... Why? What do I need a gun for? Like, what do I need a gun for? I live in a country where I can leave my front door unlocked for like 6 months straight and never have to worry about a thing. Protection from elk? There's no elk that live near me, dude. They're like way up north. For when the Americans invade, I like strongly like think that a lot of Americans don't even know where Canada is, actually. The skinwalkers? What are skinwalkers? You can leave your front door. You know what I'm talking about right now? No, I don't, actually. I don't actually know what you're talking about. I live in Vancouver, and yeah, if like I left my place earlier this morning, I was gone for 3 hours, and I left my door unlocked the whole time I was gone. So, all right, let's talk about Iran for a little bit. Let us see what's going. It looks like the protests are getting larger, so we'll keep that up here. But let's see if we can find something on Iran, and maybe make a I kind of need some food too, actually. It makes more sense to take Canada. I mean, you guys have enough difficulty holding on to one country. You couldn't hold on to, Vietnam. You couldn't hold on to Afghanistan. Like, how do you figure that you're going to be able to hold on to a country full of 30 million people that will fight you with guerrilla warfare, and they look exactly like you and sound like you? Like, it wouldn't be pretty. I don't think the American public would be very happy with that decision. Sure, you might be able to take over the country for a bit, but I guarantee you there would be an uprising, and anyone wearing an American uniform would be a target. We know how Americans felt when they had, 6,000? How many Americans died in Afghanistan? You were in Winnipeg for a bit, and I didn't see that. See what at all? You love how you follow Canada is the enemy. It's all South Park's fault, man. I have a couple of ideas for fun things to add to the Geneva checklist for one. So 2,459 people, and you know how Americans reacted to that many soldiers dying in Afghanistan. Like, how many do you think would actually die if they, suggesting for a moment that this would actually happen? Like, there would be more than 2,400 people that would die for sure, because there would definitely be an uprising, and we look like you, we talk like you. It is one thing to take over a country. It is extraordinarily hard to hold on to it. Extraordinarily hard to hold on to it. That's actually the toughest part. Like, had Russia actually taken over the Ukraine, it would have been nonstop, like guerrilla warfare. Nonstop. Getting the country is the hard part. And North American Union, what, with Canada? I mean, we have that with free trade, or it's basically the same thing. It's our own economic zone, right? Like, what else do you need? Canadians don't want American laws here. Like, there's no question that Canadians don't want American laws, education, or healthcare. Like, what are we getting out of this? We don't want any of that here. So what benefit do we have? Like, you think we want to be, the American healthcare system or education system here? Come on. The whole assertion is ridiculous. We don't want added costs of handling. Well, never mind that. Imagine if you gave 43 million Canadians, or however many are of voting age, let's say 35 million Canadians, the ability to vote. You'd basically have another California on your hand, all voting Democrat. Like, there's no chance in hell. You wouldn't be upset if you were an American? Well, then go move there, dude. Go move there and apply for citizenship. Maybe Teresa can teach me how to shoot a firearm or something like that. And you met some. Oh, there's right-wing Canadians. I mean, technically, for a Canadian, I'm actually pretty right-wing. Like I'm not ultra left-wing. Like you guys heard me spout off about stuff that I believe in, as far as like kicking out illegal immigrants and stuff like that. Like some of you were in chat absolutely shocked about what I was saying. I just think that the guy that is the leader of our right-wing political party is a complete buffoon. Like he is an absolute moron. He would be an absolutely terrible prime minister, in my opinion. The guy's never had a job before. He's never run anything before, and he wants to run a country? Like, no shot. If somebody like, some of their former leaders of their party were running for premier or prime minister, I probably would have voted for them. But the guy that is currently the leader of our right-wing party in Canada is an absolute moron. Fumbling the election after Trump. Oh, dude. Like, how? That you know what? That just proves my point, though. Like, he is such an idiot that everybody wanted Trudeau out. Everyone was voting against Trudeau. The second there was another option besides Trudeau, everybody just, like, so many people just swung back and they're like, okay, thank God we don't have to vote for Poilievre. Like, it just goes to show that how many other people feel the same way that I do. Like, it was like, at the time, it was like anyone but Trudeau, and then suddenly it was like, okay, now we don't have to vote for Poilievre anymore. Left wing in America is Antifa. Yeah. The problem, Nixon, is in America, there are people that are right wing, and they will look at people that are centrist, like talking the way I do. People that weren't here earlier, where I was spouting off about how they need to kick out any immigrants that cause crime. That I was pretty ruthless, I feel. But because I don't go that extra step, they're like, "Oh, you're a left winger." I also believe in universal health care and stuff like that as well. So I'm probably a left wing wingnut. As far as they're concerned, I'm probably Antifa, actually. U.S. has destabilized South America so much. A lot of the immigrants come from there because of that. This is exactly, dude. Vince, why are you talking with common sense in my chat, dude? Why are you why are there so many Venezuelans in the U.S.? Why are there so many people from South America, from Mexico? Why were there sanctions put on Venezuela to begin with? Why are there so many Cubans in the U.S.? Oh, why did we put sanctions on Cuba again? When the sanctions don't have any impact on the actual government and only make the population suffer. And then those people that are suffering do shit like they get into a little raft and try to float 80 miles. Is it 80 miles from Havana to Miami? I'm not sure how anyways. But they literally are suffering so bad because of the sanctions that they leave their country to go to the U.S. When if the sanctions weren't there, they'd probably just stay in their country. Have you been to Cuba? It's beautiful there, man. The beaches, the buildings, the cars, they're all run down, but they wouldn't be if there weren't sanctions there. Like it is, They have nice rum. They do actually. Yeah, I actually went and did a tour of the rum facility there. It's pretty interesting. Now 90 miles from Havana to Key West. Okay. So there you go. Because of sanctions, they're treated so poor. They've got such a crappy life because of sanctions that were put on by the U.S. that they leave their country to come to the U.S., and then people complain about the fact that they left their country because of sanctions. You honestly can't make this shit up. The pressure of the government, I don't know how the population is supposed to resist authority. That's always the excuse, that, you know what, the population should rise up. Tell that to some dude who's like in his, you know, or some woman that's in her 30s and she's got 3 kids to take care of, and you want her to what? Pick up a gun? Like, really? That's what you want them to do? JP Morgan report says it costs 1.7 trillion. Jesus, man. I heard that in order to, we were talking about this earlier, Winfield, that in order to just double their output, it's going to cost $120 billion. And apparently, like Trump said during his initial press conference, that the oil companies are going to go in there and build up their infrastructure. Have you heard a single oil company say, yeah, we're going to do that? Have you heard a single oil company say that they're going to go in and do that? Not a single one has come forward and said, yeah, we want to get in there right away. And do you know why? Want to know why the oil companies aren't jumping at this? Because of the instability in the region. They're not jumping at the opportunity to spend $120 billion to get oil to be doubled in capacity. That's only 2 million barrels a day, man. I mean, that's quite a bit, but it's not worth $120 billion to be spent. And then on top of that, you have to worry about the political unrest there and stuff like that. Like, the U.S. still isn't controlling the government there. They don't have like boots on the ground or anything like that. So why would anyone go there and spend any money in the region? Like, I'll believe it when I see it. Thanks, Kusht. In 2015, when Maduro took over, output fell off of a cliff. How bad the socialist government had to be, because, well, first of all, it's a dictatorship. Let's be honest. It's a full-on dictatorship in Venezuela, right? I know a lot of Americans like to throw around the whole we're socialists. They're a dictatorship. They're full-on dictatorship. I didn't smell it. I just heard it. You got that floppy ass. Would have to rely on guarantees by the federal U.S. government to protect their interests in Venezuela before they would invest. Yeah, but even if they were to give their guarantees, though, Anobu, they could go spend that $120 billion somewhere else and pump out even more oil. Like, democratic socialism is not. It is not what Venezuela is. But, I mean, at best, it's a socialist dictatorship, maybe. Like, it is not a socialist country. And I had this argument with somebody the other day. They were like, "Oh, they're a socialist country," and I'm like, "They are not a socialist country. They're an outright freaking dictatorship." And they're like, "They're called blah 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 socialists," and I'm like, "Dude, fucking North Korea is called what is the DKPRKPO whatever, Democratic People's whatever." Just because they have the name socialist or Democrat or they call themselves socialist does not make them socialist. Russia calls themselves a democratic country. Do you think that there's anything democratic about Russia? Like, you think Putin isn't a dictator? Yeah, but Craybones, that's exactly what these oil guys are thinking, though, man. That's why they're like liable, like probably not going to invest the money. That's why they're like, no, as soon as we go and invest all the money and they're just going to nationalize their oil again, and we're going to be out $120 billion. The U.S. pretends to be the world police of Venezuela. Dude, if the U.S. were actually trying to be the world police, they would go after North Korea. Like, like seriously. The only reason they're there is because of oil. It never had anything to do with drugs. It never had anything to do with drugs, and they use the same stupid excuse every time they want to invade someone. It's a matter of national security, blah 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 blah. They've got weapons of mass destruction. They've got drugs. It's one stupid reason after another, and every single time people fall for it, and then you find out later, oh, they didn't actually have oil, or they didn't actually have weapons of mass destruction. Oh, they didn't. It wasn't actually about the drugs. It's never about the drugs. It's never about the weapons of mass destruction. It's always about the oil. And with Greenland, the excuse already they're starting off by saying it's a matter of national security. There's Russian ships that go by there or whatever. It's not about that at all. It's about the minerals that are there. It's never about national security. When I use the word socialism, I'm referring to state-owned, state-controlled enterprise, like when the Venezuelan government took over control of the oil companies down there, controlling the oil companies being private corporations. What was the stat I heard the other day? Don't want to admit. Referring to state-owned, state-controlled enterprises, like when the Venezuelan government took over control of the oil companies. Yeah, they nationalized their oil. That pissed off Americans. Eventually, it led to sanctions. Like, I think they expect taxpayers to pay for reconstruction. We were talking earlier. Trump mentioned the oil when he gave his press conference after they kidnapped Maduro, and he said our oil companies are going to go down there and they're going to build the infrastructure. So before this even happened, he'd spoken with the oil CEOs and let them know what was going on. National Socialist German Workers' Party, yeah. That was the full name of the Nazi Party, and they weren't socialists at all, were they? Full-on fascists. Yeah, there are. Anobu's correct. There are lots of minerals in Venezuela. The point is, though, is they're lying about why they're there. Like, regardless of what it's there for. Like they could have said it's about it's about cocaine or whatever, and when we really know it's about the hot Latinas. They just want to take over a country with hot Latinas. You can own small business. Yeah, for sure you can. There's definitely private enterprise there. They just nationalized some things, and I mean, there's national companies in lots of democratic countries. Like, it doesn't make them socialist. And if you want to be that picky, there's socialist programs in America as well. There's socialist countries in every single socialist institutions in every single democratic country in the world, including America, by the way. Like, ideologies where the government is running stuff is not, it's embedded in democracy as well. You know, you've got your military, like you've got your police force, your firemen, like it's all government run. Do you think they took a couple hundred Latinas they will bring to Vancouver? Oh man, I'd let them. I'd let them. This dude can't operate a camera. Is he? I just looked up and the camera was pointed at her chest. You guys want to watch this? You guys want to talk about? Is there anything else you guys want to talk about today? Do you want to talk about Iran? We haven't really covered that as much. I think I need to do this more frequently so that we're covering topics as they come. Because Iran, unfortunately, for a lot of people, is old news already, but it's not. It's actually one of the biggest things that's going on in the world right now. It is actually one of the biggest things that's in the world, and hopefully that regime topples. What new is there with Iran? I did see some reports where they were talking about how they think that the regime is very close to falling, but I think a lot of that is wishful thinking, to be honest. I think they the problem with authoritarian regimes is it is actually very difficult for them to topple. Like, they've got a lot of control. Is Iran buying Russian oil shipped on shadow oil tankers? That's the reason. That's going to be the reasoning for invading Greenland, I suspect. And I don't know. Like, let's look at a world map. Do they have to like ship it through Greenland? Like, what was the oil tanker even doing? Like, if you're taking oil from Iran, like you're not going up anywhere near Greenland. So what the hell is the oil tanker doing? I actually don't know. I guess they wouldn't need to buy it. I suppose China and India. I mean, China apparently. I mean, they're gonna have to shift where they're getting oil from. I guarantee you, Mark Carney is going to China next week. I guarantee you, there's gonna be talks about that. Like, we already ship a lot of oil to Asia now, with our pipeline that's been built to the West Coast. I guarantee you that's going to be on the topic of discussion when Mark Carney goes over to Asia next week. And he's going to China. It's one of his stops. Don't believe there will be any Iranian government will topple from protest. Don't believe that there is any way the Iranian government will topple from protesters in Iran. Some kind of large watershed moment instigated by a foreign power. Iran's a tough. That one's a tough one to really. I believe there's going to have to be something that really sparks the people to mobilize. Like, the protests have been going on for a while, and already there's reports that they're not even as big as the protests with where I can't remember her name, the woman who was killed while she was in custody for not wearing her what's the headpiece, the hair piece that they wear. Can't remember what it's called right now, but she died in custody, and there was huge like protests and stuff like that. And apparently, these protests that are going on right now aren't even like in the cities, aren't even that big, like as big as that. The hijab, yeah, thank you. Yeah, they shut off the internet, but they are still able to get stuff out. Not surprisingly, people will always find a way. But I would like to see the government there toppled. And again, this kind of goes back to Venezuela. I'm happy that Maduro is gone, because I did think he was a piece of shit. But it was still done illegally. You can't deny it was still done illegally. You can't, under international law, you cannot go and kidnap the leader of another country. So I think the Iranian government will just severely crack down on protesters using whatever means they have at their disposal. Will they use chemical weapons? I don't know, possibly doubtful. I believe they will photograph the protesters and being arrested them one by one is a quiet way. Yeah, the thing is in a sorry, I just looking at what it's talking about. Those are federal agents. It doesn't say ICE agents though. So this isn't another case, is it? What are they talking about here? I just want to see if this is ICE agents. What's the? Do you guys have any idea what this is about? Federal agents shoot 2 in Portland. Someone in chat mentioned this earlier. Is this ICE again? What happened here? FBI's on the scene, but it could have been them, but yeah, Iranians are very educated, and they're extremely friendly people. Like every Persian I've met, almost to a T, has been extraordinarily friendly. They're very nice people. So I would like to see their population freed.
Okay, that's fine.
And have actual legit, democratic elections, not somebody just instilled as a leader or whatever. I'm trying to figure out what this is about. If it's the FBI that shot them, or if it was. It's crazy how people will just come and stand around and. Like, do you have nothing better to do with your day than... I made a YouTube video about every team's 4,000-yard passer, 400 views in 3 days. Not bad for me on the part of the Bears. Say one day. He was close. He was close this year, man, but maybe next year. Only people I know from Iran are back in classic GD. We have a really, quite a large population of Persians in a community called North Vancouver here in Vancouver. And Chilean people, actually, too. Yeah, 58 damn yards. I think he'll get it next year as long as he's healthy. They haven't really said anything like what this is about. Let me this is just like a live recording. Let me see what's going around on other channels at the moment. What is this? Oh, it's Canadian news. Do you guys want to listen to Canadian news? I promise you don't. What is it?
Today it has filled offices across the country, including major cities like New York, Los Angeles, and Houston. The agency has around 6,500 deportation officers, but is aggressively looking to expand. Fueled by legislation passed last summer, providing $76.5 billion, nearly $30 billion of which is earmarked for new staff to speed up deportations under President Donald Trump's
I would strongly advise
agenda.
If you live in America,
new recruits undergo intensive training for 6 days a week for 13 weeks, covering immigration law, enforcement tactics, firearms,
especially certain
physical fitness,
organizations,
and arrest procedures.
Your due
but the push to hire quickly has raised concerns about training standards for new recruits. Critics warn ICE may be too heavy-handed in its arrests,
one way or the other,
while NBC News reports that some
France
recruits
24,
enter training before completing vetting,
they just kind of report the news. You can often
or
tell
not
which
meeting
news
physical
is
or
actually
academic
legit
requirements.
by how boring
ICE maintains
it is.
its officers are often the ones under attack.
Next up to Venezuela, where the interim government has released several citizens and foreigners from prison in what a top official described as a gesture to seek peace. Jorge Rodriguez, the brother of acting President Delcy Rodriguez and the head of the National Assembly, said a significant number would be released but gave no exact figures or names. Spain's government has confirmed that 5 Spanish nationals have already been freed, with nearly 200 people thought to be scheduled for release. Our correspondent in Caracas, Noris Argote Soto, says among them is expected to be the son-in-law of opposition leader in exile Edmundo González.
As for now, we know that at least, well, that's what's been circulating between us journalists, that at least 193 people will be released between today and Saturday. Of course, this is unofficial information. We're still waiting for confirmation. This happens very much at the very minute. What we know is that at least 5 Spanish citizens were released from these political prisoners, and also some big figures that are going to be released or on the way to be released in the coming hours is the son-in-law, the Edmundo González's son-in-law, which has been in prison for over a year.
Flip through and just kind of wrap things up. I think we're just kind of like, we've pretty much gone through everything. Talked about I think we're pretty good. We're pretty good for today, guys. I think we'll leave it there for today, guys. I know this is not the normal content that a lot of you are used to, but I do want to get back into doing news commentary. So I'll probably be splitting up my streams between gaming and content, and it will honestly sometimes depend on the day. If there's just not a lot of stuff happening in the news, then we might just stream for like 8 hours or something like that. If there's a lot going on in the news, I might just do this. So if you see me in just chatting, obviously those of you that are still here are kind of interested in this sort of thing, but I know that there's some people that this just isn't what they're into, and that's fine. Like the German news, yeah, DW is DW. I usually actually have up here. I don't know why it's. I think I do have it up here somewhere. Yeah, DW. There it is. I do find though at this time a lot of it is just like pre-recorded stuff, and it's just like some news story that they do from somewhere, and it's not actually like on current events. They're doing a news story on like, I don't know, some organization in Africa or something like that. Not really news, but DW does a really good job of being non-biased. So anyways, we'll leave it there. Thank you guys for joining me. I'm gonna grab something to eat, and I'm hoping that I'm trying to stay up to like 9 or 10 o'clock so I can go to bed at a regular time. And so I'll probably try and hop on and do some EVE Online in a little bit. So we'll leave it there. Thanks for joining me, guys. We'll see you guys in a bit. And if you haven't already, again, even if you're just doing it to be nice, there is my news YouTube channel. Are into the news stuff. That's where I'll be posting my clips. I'll be doing like review videos on things that are happening around the world. My live stream is there as well on YouTube. It's a completely different YouTube channel from my gaming channels. I want to keep it separate. I would appreciate the follow or whatever, like on the video, as I'm trying to gain traction there as well. But anyways, have a good night, guys. Thanks for the conversations, and we'll continue again tomorrow. Take care, guys.